Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's move this a little higher. All right, good morning, everyone. Hey, if everyone could take your seats, grab your last snacks or drinks out in the gallery and join us here in the celebration of desert conservation today. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dr. James Danoff-Burg. I'm the Vice President of Conservation here at the Living Desert Zoo and Gardens, and we are kicking off, well, continuing, because we kicked it off last night at our video. We are continuing our 5th annual International Desert Conservation Summit. Hooray for that. And thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting our heroes. We have 10 amazing people who are going to be sharing amazing stories that will inspire you, that will overcome the doom fatigue that we often have within conservation, and will hopefully change your lives. Not a small task I set for us for the day. So speakers, be on your A game. All right, let's see how this works. And our focus is entirely on desert conservation. As many of you have heard already in different formats, we focus on dry land ecosystems, not just deserts, also savannas and grasslands and all things adjacent to that, what we collectively call dry lands. So we are very proud of the work that we get to do, and we are helmed by a sometimes silly president and CEO. This is Alan Monroe. Alan would be giving this introduction and welcome, but he had the good fortune of his wife's health has been quite challenging. She was just released from the hospital today, so she's going home, so hooray for that. But that means it's extra pressure on me. So here we go. This was the first year we had done the IDCS, as we call the summit, and it was all online. This was in 2020 during COVID. Alan at the time was looking for arts and crafts to keep him busy, and so he made a rhino head out of paper, so there you go. And we want to recognize our sponsors. Susan, are you here? No? Okay, but Susan Cooper was here last night. She will be joining us today. Susan has generously sponsored IDCS since our start. So a hand for Susan if we could. And her generosity. And we're also grateful to Visit Greater Palm Springs, who is one of our partners as well in helping to support and get the word out. We are, of course, many things. We are also the creator of days, new days for your calendar. Alan talked a little bit about this last night, but for folks who weren't here last night, last Saturday, a week ago, was World Desert Day, a celebration of world's deserts that hadn't existed before until we decided, hey, there should be a day that we celebrate deserts. So we have created this thing. This is has been ratified into the state constitution, or into the state laws anyway, that the California Desert Day is the second Saturday, is that right? I always think it's 2nd or 3rd of January. And so we celebrated this last week. This week is a continuation of that last weekend as well. So we are continuing the celebration of world deserts and the people who help to protect them. Our mission is very much focused on conservation. Alan sometimes likes to say that we are a conservation organization that has a zoo. We are, of course, much more than that. We are also very much of an education organization. Conservation and education are our two main mission foci. We bring kids to us from all over Southern California, and I think also from Arizona we've had people come in before. Isn't that right? Our head of learning and impact, I keep looking to Anna for these kinds of questions. Dr. Anna Young over there. We bring in people from many areas. Kids across all of Southern California benefit from our work. Come here on multi-hour bus rides to be able to enjoy the desert ecosystem. We create unforgettable connections between kids and wildlife so that they will love that experience, love that giraffe, love that spit that they get on their hands from the giraffe. All available for you today too. Generalize out to loving giraffe and then loving the conservation of giraffe and all species, right? So we make those connections between kids and nature and adults and nature through wildlife, right? So we start with very young kids and we work all the way up to adults who head out to one of our research stations out in Mongolia, which we'll hear about today. Keynote Nature Reserve, which is a national park that we help to co-run with the local government. And we have some representatives from that organization over here today. Remo will be our first speaker, actually, this morning. And those people go out and they enjoy the nature, they experience the things, they come back transformed in the same way that a kid coming and getting giraffe spit is transformed as to becoming advocates for nature. Alan also included this video, which for the faint of heart, if you want to look away and don't like snakes, we love all wildlife, not just the big charismatic mammals that are going to be the focus. There we go. And we're going to be talking about the importance of snakes today, which is part of the reason why this is here. So this is a Central Asian viper, hibernaculum. They all concentrate in these one heat vents because they go down, this one goes down 60 feet or so. And there were snakes all the way down the walls covering it like this. At the bottom was this massive ball of snakes all keeping each other warm down in the much warmer underground. So we care about all of nature, not just the big fuzzy things. And we try to connect kids to not just the big fuzzy things too also, right? PTSD. Yeah, Thomas had, maybe he'll talk about it in his presentation today, some not so great interactions with snakes. But, so we are here and doing this great conservation and education work in no small part, and one could say entirely because of you all. Right? As supporters, you are part of our pride. You have made us the pride of the desert and made our work effective as it is. And we are really proud that we bring in over 600,000 people a year now, which has been a dramatic growth since COVID, pre-COVID times. And we connect those people to nature and make them into conservation advocates so that they will want to be able to learn from and be inspired by amazing people like the folks that will be talking today, right? So thank you for being our pride. Part of our pride, and if you want to become even more part of our pride, you can talk to our development department too. Again, this is Alan's spiel, so. Now we're into my spiel. So I am the Vice President of Conservation. I'm responsible for the conservation projects that we do around the world. And we have 105 projects in 12 countries on 3 continents, and we work with, God only knows how many partners, I'm going to say 80 plus, a lot of people from all around the world. Much of our work is focused here in Southern California. About half of those 105 projects are here in Southern California, and most of those are here in the Coachella Valley. Right? We are very strongly focused on Southern California conservation. We think it's very important to keep California native, and so we do a lot with plants. We do a lot with head-starting tortoises. Many of you have probably seen the torts that we have head-starting down at the veterinary hospital. So here's a question. Who has not yet seen the baby torts at the hospital? Okay, good. Tomorrow, one of our tours is to take you to the Desert Tortoise Head Starting Program. So you will see, inarguably, the cutest things on the grounds, because they're always the reptiles that are the cutest. Is that right, Dixon? Isn't that right? Dixon's going to be speaking about snakes, so putting him on the spot there. So we have lots of projects that we do to keep California native, and California broadly, including Baja California. So we work quite a lot in southern California, Baja California as well. So we'll hear some stories from Southern California about the pronghorn today. We'll hear a bunch of stories about desert tortoise today. We'll hear a lot about habitat restoration and improvements for nature. We also, of course, work with our partners. Conservation is always a team sport. We are always working together. If someone says, I did this, they're a liar. Because it's always a network of people, right? It's always we did this together. And that's one of the best things I think about conservation, is that you get to bring amazing people. I'm gonna get a little choked up here. Like all of my friends from all around the world are here in our house today, right? In our location to celebrate and talk about the amazing things that we do on the ground where we're frustrated as heck because things aren't working right, but we figure it out and it works. And so bringing all of our friends together here into this amazing setting is my favorite part of the year. Anyway, so in Africa, we work with a lot of people, and we're going to hear stories about giraffe education and rhino education and cheetah education and outreach and improvements of working with communities, and nothing about lions or painted dogs, but kind of, because they work into all the things that we do. And then in Mongolia, we work quite a lot with in Keynote Nature Reserve, not just with the Central Asian viper and all the cool houses that we have there, but all the large mammals, all of the birds, a lot of plant conservation and restoration work, and you'll hear stories about all of that as well, right? So that's just what we do, and what we do is a team sport, and so our team members are here today to talk about this amazing work, right, that they do and we help with. So the approach that we do, which is very similar to the approach that all of our partners do, is that we have two main focuses, right? One is healing the past damage. Things that have happened already, deep erosion gullies, people clearing land for whatever reason or damaging land for whatever reason, trying to heal that damage by restoring the ecological function. Sometimes that's by changing how the land is structured, if it's a deep erosion gully. Sometimes that's by outplanting plants. Sometimes that's by growing tens of thousands of seeds and enriching the seed bank with native seeds so that they can come back on their own, right? Many of our partners do these very things. So that's one, healing the natural systems, right? Repairing past damage. The next part of tasks that we do is working with people, because conservation is people. Conservation is behavior change. Conservation is working with communities so that they can appreciate the local area, get the resources that they need from those local areas, whether that's outdoor time, sometimes food, sometimes wood products, sustainably, but do it in a way that doesn't harm wildlife, doesn't degrade the ecosystem, right? So by helping to heal human systems, we and our partners around the world are helping to ensure future sustainability and better coexistence with wildlife. Does this make sense, yeah? So that's what we do, and that's also what all of our partners are going to do, are going to tell you about and have done. So they will share their stories. We have 3 panels today. Everyone has a program? If you don't, you do, because it's on the back of your name badge. So the program is in a couple places. So we will have 3 sessions today. The first one will be about bringing back large mammals. And this is going to be focusing on work in Mongolia and in Zimbabwe and South Africa and in Kenya. So we're sampling the world here, right? And the nice thing about our structure is that each speaker will present briefly, about 5 minutes or so. Speakers, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And I'll be in the front waving at them. Then we're going to bring everybody back up after they've come up and spoken and then sat back down. We'll bring everybody back up, and we will have a panel discussion with questions that you submit. Right? And then that's an opportunity for us to learn from the specific things that you want to know about as audience members and what we have been doing as conservationists through the years. So it's a great interaction. Unlike a lot of these kinds of gatherings, it's not 20-minute presentations, 15-minute presentations on end, and you sit there listening to people talking at you. Our summit is set up so that it's interactive. Like last night, where you were sitting at tables with people. Today, you're going to be talking to people. So that's how we roll. All right? So we'll have our first one on bringing back large mammals. We'll take a break. Then we're going to talk about California, Southern California and Southern California, including Mexico, and tortoises and pronghorn, and restoring entire ecosystems up around Death Valley, and some work that we do across the Southern California deserts with Dr. Luis from our team will be speaking as well. Then we'll have our third and final panel this morning, which will start at 11:40 or so, and that'll be focused on environmental education. This is that connecting kids to nature, connecting communities to nature, making desert defenders, advocates for conservation, agents of conservation, whatever the term is you want to use, that's what we try to make. And so we're going to hear stories from Tanzania, from Vela, from Kenya, from Dixon, from South Africa with Luane, and the Bush Babies Environmental Education Program, and from our own Katie Shaw, who's the wizard behind the curtain over here, and is responsible for most of the coordination for the event as well. Can we give Katie a little hand here? Because she has worked so hard. And has not yelled at me as often as she probably could have. And then we're going to have lunch over in the Palm Gardens, and we're going to give out some plaques, and it'll be some nice opportunities again for you to talk to people because the heroes will be seated at the tables. And then we'll come back here, and we have an incredibly inspirational speakers, the folks who were here last night. We'll get to hear Paul Rosolie talk about his work in a very non-desert ecosystem in the Peruvian Amazon. But as a way to broaden the ideas we have to learn from each other no matter our ecosystems. Yeah. And then, one of the cooler things, again, an opportunity to interact with our heroes, we're going to have a tabling fair out here in the patio. So I hope everybody brought cash, like I was suggesting last night. I did. I have $120. So I'm ready. And we are going to buy stuff, because they have cool shirts and hats and swag and opportunities to buy things online. So support our partners, because this does help to make their budget balance, and that's important. All right? So that's the agenda for today. And before we do that, we want to know what you think. In a few words, what does desert conservation mean to you? And Katie, I hit the arrow now? I'm asking. Do I hit the arrow now? Okay. All right, so if you could take out your phones, scan that QR code. You may, and folks in the back, you may have to stand up to get to a clean shot of it. Scan that QR code. If you don't know how to do that, if you open your phone, you can also type in that address up at the top there into your URL, your browser field. But if you open your phone, if you scan a QR code, most phone, hey bud. Hey, this is Susan Cooper. Susan, could you stand up, please? We're going to call out one of our heroes here, our long-term supporters. We thanked you earlier. We'll thank you again. So yeah, if you could scan that QR code, and just in a couple words, because we're going to create a word cloud here, what does desert conservation mean to you? Like a single word thing. I don't want to plant anything. Single word, couple words. Oh, it's not all on the screen. I just told her. I don't know how to solve that. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, maybe type in the URL if the QR code isn't working. Katie, I had a solution right here. Yeah, it needs to be bigger than that. Okay. There we go. All right. Personally, I thought my pulling the screen solution was better, but we can do that. So what is desert conservation? In just a few words. Don't write a précis here. This isn't a thesis. In just a few words, What is it that desert conservation means to you? Escríbalo, por favor. Yeah. Click on the link, put those couple words in there. And then we will generate a word cloud. We have a second question, too. And while that's going around, because we are a conservation organization, conservationists love stickers. So we have stickers to distribute. So I have a couple that I'll pass down the aisles if you wouldn't mind taking one and passing them on. You know, this is what we do. You can put your stickers on whatever. You can give them to a kid, a grandkid. Stick them on your water bottle is what all of us do, so you can do that, you know. Take a couple, pass them down. I'll bring them around the other side, too. If you don't get one, don't worry. There's like 1,000 of these stickers in my hand, so they'll be around. What does desert conservation mean to you? Okay. How do we show the word cloud? How do we show the word cloud? Okay. 43 have submitted. Oh. Type. Didn't know you had homework today, huh? Can take a minute. We got a couple there. Get them back. You got one? Good. Came all the way down?
Yes,
good. You got them all right?
Yes, sir. I'll take more.
You'll take more?
Yeah.
Do y'all get some?
You got $120 I can borrow?
I do. You got, okay. Hey, y'all got some?
Yes, a baby tortoise.
Yeah. And actually, the cool thing about the design for this sticker, which was done by Ghana up here in front, our head of conservation in Mongolia. Did you not get one? Oh, that's not it. Oh, thank you. Is that it represents the 3 continents of work that we work on, right? So giraffe for Africa, the Cinereus vulture for Mongolia, and the desert tortoise, of course, because they are such a big part of our life for North America. Yeah. Okay. Have people submitted? They're not showing up? Well, this may be more of an asynchronous situation where we will share the word cloud a little later. Can you get it? Ah. There we go. That is odd. Do you get it? This worked so well in the run-through. It's not showing up, Katie. We'll share this after lunch. Our next question for you. There you go. So similar, I think it's the same QR code, isn't it, Katie? Okay. So same thing, you should have a different question up there. What are you hoping to gain or learn from attending this summit? Again, just a few words. What are you hoping to gain or learn from attending this summit? There is one answer, one right answer, just so you know. That's not true. That's not true. Whatever it is that you're interested in learning and gaining, that's the right answer. Hey, all right, that one's showing. All right. All right. It'll be interesting to see what the speakers have to say about AI. That has so permeated all of our existence, hasn't it, in a very short time. Networking. That's our goal. Yep. That's our goal. Inspiration. Oh, gosh, yeah. There was a great article that just came out in Science Magazine about the importance of hope and inspiration for conservation. If you don't have hope, why would you do anything? You need to be inspired to have that hope or the information, if that's what provides hope for you. Very important stuff. Ooh, hey, look at that. You can advance slides by just going up and down with 2 fingers. New keystroke. All right. So thank you for that information. We will come back to those in just a moment. But for now, let's begin our first session. Okay. So our first session is all about bringing back large mammals in particular. So we're going to be hearing stories about large ungulates in Mongolia and rhino in Zimbabwe, rhino again, and many other animals in South Africa, and then cheetah in Kenya. So our first speaker that we will start with is Remo Rentsen Oyunbat. Also, I'd like to point out one thing. Remo is wearing this pin because he was just recognized by the president as a leader in conservation in the country of Mongolia. A hand for Remo.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Rentsen Oyunbat. Short name is Remo. I'm from in Mongolia. I was born and raised in Mongolian desert with from family herds within horses, camels, cattle, sheep, and goats. I was raised horses in age by 4, raised by 6. I feel deep connection to the vast and beautiful space, and that experience ignited my passion to for biology, to protect our natural world and preserve it. I have been working the Ignite Nature so 13 years now. My main research focus has been in small mammals research. I completed both my bachelor and my master degree based on small mammals, starting in contacting in Ignite Nature research. Currently, I am executive director and non-parent called the Mongolian Conservation Initiative. Our non-parent is mainly engaged in the research and conservation activities. We also close working in community groups and schools and children's. Biggest founding supported relations in organizations, including the living desert Zoo Garden with the continuing supported. We conducted in scientific research, promoting and founding some ranges, community groups, and education outreach activities with children. We ask for a very important and ignorant nature reserve. It is an Argali wild sheep. It is in home to an Argali wild sheep and Siberian ibex. That species in very in Mongolia. Another uniquely featured ignorant nature reserve location to the transition zone. Transition zone is between dry steppe and desert ecosystem. And that means species typical in both steppe and Gobi desert environments and coexist this area. Our main is goal long-term in preserving natural and original status landscape and an ecosystem. Additionally, through our migration and movement studies, we are expanding boundaries of the protected area. Protected area is strategic team that is in consideration in coverage as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Remo. Yeah, speaking in a dramatically different language like English from Mongolian is a huge challenge, and it's such an amazing story to come from a person who is from a herder family, living in the Gers, nomadic across the steppe, to being recognized by the president as such an important person and having made such amazing contributions and achievements in doubling the size of Iknart Nature Reserve because of their work. That's a story. Thank you. All right, so this is a surprise talk because we are very fortunate that Tom Tochterman, who is one of the co-founders of the Black Mamba's anti-poaching unit, happened to be coming down to meet with Craig Spencer, who some of you know from our previous talks and things that we've done on grounds. Craig was stranded in the center of Baluli Game Reserve by one of the largest rains that they've had ever in recorded history. Washed out the roads everywhere, washed out the airport, washed out the roads out of the valley. So this was just like 3 days ago. So Tom was fortunately planning on coming down already. And so we said, hey, Tom, you can sub in here, right? And he very generously came in. So please welcome Tom Tochterman from Rhino Mercy and the Black Mamba's anti-poaching unit.
Good morning, everyone. Do I control the slides from
Yes,
here?
you do, just with the forward button there. Oops, sorry. Gosh,
With the
there we go.
arrow buttons?
Just arrow buttons, it's easy.
Okay, good morning, everyone. But before my 5-minute A-game clock starts, James mentioned something about PTSD when the video of the snakes was up there. And I talked to Dixon a little bit about this last night. It comes from, and PTSD stands for post-traumatic snake disorder. I had a little situation in the bush at our research facility in South Africa where I was awakened at 1 o'clock in the morning rudely by a Mozambique spitting cobra. And I'll tell you the story later on, but cobra ended up being safe and distributed elsewhere. I didn't make it out so well, but I'm okay. Anyway, so I'm here to talk a little bit today. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Living Desert Zoo and Botanical Gardens. Without partners like you, this stuff wouldn't happen to the extent that it does. So I wish Alan was here to hear that, because all of your staff here needs to know. my perspective, we need more partners like you and to do the good work that all of us are doing, and thank you so much. Okay, so I love this topic of bringing back large mammals. Of course, I'm a rhino fan. My NGO is called Rhino Mercy. It's a 501c3 here in the United States, and we did co-found the black mambas, but I'm particularly fond of rhino, but I love the African landscape in general. We save and protect everything, plant, flora, and fauna both. So, but in any event, to give you a little context, in terms of bringing back large mammals specific to rhino, get this. In about 1850, not that, really in the context of things, not that long ago, there were estimated around 1.25 million rhino worldwide. By the year 1900, there were estimates between 500,000 and 850,000 rhino on the planet. Most of them were black rhino in Africa. Okay, by the year 1970, there were 70,000, down from a million 70 years prior, or 850,000, 70,000. 1970, got to look at my notes here, because I did only get a couple days warning on this. 1973, CITES, most of you are familiar with the Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species, was formed. And in 77, that was, yeah, 1977, CITES initiated a global ban, or proposed a global ban on the trade of rhino horn. 1993, China bans domestic trade in rhino horn. And as of 2025, some estimate that there are only about 26 to 27,000. And I think that's a very liberal number personally. 26 to 27,000 rhino left on the planet versus 850,000 just 125 years ago, which really isn't that long. That's only twice my age. So, and some of you are doing math, I see you. Anyway, that's a little context. So how this all came about, it's important to sort of understand, in my humble opinion anyway, to understand our humble beginnings with this Black Mamba Anti-Poaching Unit. And it really did start with Craig and I sitting around the campfire in the bush, having a conversation, a very philosophical, altruistic conversation about what can we do that's different, because the classic approach to poaching is just get more guys with bigger guns than the other guys. And nowhere in the world, in history that we're aware of, has that worked in the long run. It works short term, absolutely. Medium term, so not as well, but but in the long run, negative. There is no data that says that that works in the long run. So what do? So again, we've thought, well, we got to have a generational change. 2 minutes. That's my first slide. I usually get an hour to do this. Okay. So anyway, we decided we got to get to the kids in this to make any sort of long-term change in the whole wildlife crime industry. We've got to get to the kids. And in the African context, how do you get the kids? You get to the kids through the females, the mamas, the aunties, the grannies, et cetera, et cetera. And so that led to ultimately the formation of the all-female anti-poaching unit. Okay. For the purposes of bringing back large mammals. Uh-oh. I didn't do it. Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Maybe go to
I still have 2 minutes.
No, just the arrows. This one? You had gone back one.
Oh, I went backwards. Okay, quickly. And if you come see me at the table out there later. So who are these women, these black mamba rangers? Currently, right now, post-COVID, we're at 36 women, fully trained rangers, all young, for the most part, all young, rural African women from the communities adjacent to the areas that we patrol. 36 sisters, mothers, aunties, and I think, Liwayne, don't we have at least one granny? I saw Liwayne in here. Oh, maybe she stepped out. Anyway, so it's a very diverse group of young women. They are teachers and leaders while on the job in the bush, as well as in their communities. They are rock stars in their communities, in fact. And basically, they're just a growing cadre of young women in their communities, developing professional skills and becoming wildlife ambassadors. Did it right. Okay. Okay, so in order to achieve our ultimate goal, and that is to essentially make the Kruger National Park the most dangerous place to poach, okay, the most risky place to poach, we provide all kinds of training, and you can read them on the side here, all the different on-the-job types of training that rangers get. These are fully qualified, and in most cases, weapons qualified individuals, young women. I say weapons qualified, but they are all unarmed. Okay, that was part of the philosophy from the beginning. The reason we have that is that the minute we arm them, they are supported with an armed tactical team, okay? But as soon as we arm the women, when they go back into the communities, that's the one that's going to shoot my cousin, or that's the one that's going to shoot my boyfriend. So we remove that as a barrier, okay? And so when they go back into their communities, they are truly rock stars. They are wildlife ambassadors. They're the one that broke that glass ceiling. They're the one that has a job, a steady job, and making an honest income. So, oh, shoot. There we go. So as you can imagine, we have a military, sort of a paramilitary structure, and with that goes all the training that you can imagine in a paramilitary organization. We have a rank structure and leadership structure and all that such thing. So in the interest of time, okay, sorry I have to flip through all my pages, but I had 3 days. So the kinds of things that they do on a regular basis, they do daily foot patrols, they do vehicle patrols at night. They're foot patrols in the daytime because the apex predators are generally sleeping most of the time, so it's a safer time to be on foot. But we put them in vehicles at nighttime because that is actually when the predators are out looking for something to eat, and that's when the prey is on high defense. Okay, so we put them in vehicles at nighttime. And then they also do roadblocks and vehicle checks for contraband and such, and that includes visitors, tourists, and contractors, and property owners as well. And they do various public outreach programs and projects, such as the Bush Babies program. Okay. And, okay, so we recognize that these women, for some of them, may not be being in wildlife, being a ranger, and may not be their first passion. So we provide them other opportunities to grow whatever it is that they aspire to in terms of a vocation. So we provide them opportunities to do other things. And I say that, we have almost zero turnover. When a Mamba joins our program, they're almost in it for life. But we encourage them to learn other things outside the wildlife crime industry and vocation, profession. Okay. Technology has always been a pillar of Rhino Mercy and its Transfrontier Africa. One of the things we do, for years we've worked with different colleges and universities, as well as businesses and tech companies in particular, to develop all kinds of technology. So it's a fundamental part of what we do. We have systems where we collect data on a daily basis. We have a software program built specifically for us, and it spits out a paper that says, essentially, this is where the rhinos are, and this is where we need to pay attention so that we can use our resources, our limited resources, most effectively. So that's a big part of what we do. Okay, in closing, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my proudest moment with the Black Mambas. And that was in 2016, when the United Nations recognized this group of young ladies. They gave us, the Black Mambas, their highest environmental award, called the Champions of the Earth Award, and they invited 2 of our rangers to Manhattan, and my wife and I went to basically chaperone them. You should have seen their eyes when we took them to Times Square. It was just like, they were just blown away. But anyway, it was one of the highlights of my whole experience in this thing. I get choked up even thinking about it. But since then, since that recognition, they've gone on to do so many great things, and I'd love to have more time to talk about it. But ladies and gentlemen, that's essentially how Transfrontier Africa, Rhino Mercy have sort of collaborated to bring back large mammals in this little tiny patch of Africa called the Greater Kruger National Park. So thank you very much, and again, thank you.
And if you've been a zoo member for a while, you must have heard of the Mambas. We message about them a lot. They are major partners of ours. We do many, many, many things with them. Also, Katie is the president of the Black Mamba Alliance. A nice little thing that we play as well. So we do a lot of things for the Mambas. Next up, Ms. Hannah Tranter, a great collaborator of ours in Zimbabwe. She and her organization are bringing back white rhino into a landscape, have brought back, past tense, rhinos into a landscape for which they've been gone for 40 years. Hannah Tranter.
Hi everyone, I'm Hannah from the Community Rhino Conservation Initiative. Just want to thank James and Katie for inviting me here and for sharing our story and allowing us to have the impact that we have. So this initiative is about bringing the southern white rhino back to the Wangi ecosystem. It's also about supporting the whole of the Wangi landscape, not just rhinos, but all of the flora and fauna and snakes within that landscape, and as well the people that live in and around Wangi. And it's also about supporting the Kavango-Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area, of which Wangi is an integral part of. So I'm going to take you to southern Africa and the southeastern corner of Kaza, more particularly to Wangi National Park and to the southern boundary of the park and the Cholocho communal or village lands. So there's a lot of people living in this area, and the land adjacent to the national park boundary is actually largely unproductive. So soil fertility is very low, there's very limited natural surface water, there's very erratic rainfall, and so it's very hard for people living in this area to grow food. On top of that, there's elephants that overspill from the national park into the villages, raid crops, and it's very hard for people to have domestic livestock. You have predators like lions, cheetahs, hyenas that come from the park into the villages and attack cows and donkeys and goats. So it's a very hard situation. On top of that, in this area, there's very few employment opportunities. There's very limited access to social services like schools and clinics, and people are subsistence farmers. So when wildlife comes in and is a burden, it's a huge, huge challenge. In desperate times, it's not uncommon for local people to then go into the park and engage in subsistence poaching just to survive. In parallel to this, you have the southern white rhino that was poached out of the area in the early 2000s for the second time. And so there's this opportunity to use that unproductive land adjacent to the park and transform it into buffer zones for rhino conservation. Do that sustainably and start generating benefits for the local communities. So rhinos need protection and security. That creates local employment opportunities. Rhinos need good land. That creates opportunities for land rehabilitation and habitat management. Rhinos attract guests and tourism, so that creates revenue opportunities for the local people. And the buffer zones are electrically fenced, which means that livestock is protected from predators and fields are protected from elephants. So it's all a great concept, but how do we actually do this? So we've done it in a phased approach, and what we've done is we've done generational environmental education, so working with school children and expanding education throughout communities, but we've also done a lot of experiential education, which is more about getting the local communities to actually experience and appreciate the benefits themselves of allocating land to rhino conservation, so that they can then proactively engage in community-based conservation. So we started this off with a pilot project in the southeastern corner of Wangi National Park at Ngamo with our first rhino sanctuary, and we translocated rhinos there in May 2022. And then other communities started to see the benefits that were coming out of this, this rhino sanctuary and started allocating some of their community land to the project as well. So now we've got over 3,000 hectares of community land allocated for rhino conservation. And we've been establishing rhino sanctuaries, buffer areas, and over the next couple of years, we'll be moving more rhinos to these areas, consolidating the sanctuaries into one larger conservancy, and eventually having a viable and breeding population of rhinos. So another thing that's made this initiative possible has been using the power of tourism. So we get guests to come and see these rhinos, spend time with the scouts, the women and the men in charge of protecting them, and they actually spend some money doing that. There's a rhino viewing fee. Part of those funds are used to go directly to the local communities. They decide what to do with that revenue on whatever community development project they wish. And the rest of the money goes towards the salaries of the scouts, the men and women guarding the rhino. And they are all from the local community. So you've got 100% of the funds going back into the local communities. Part of the funds that have been raised and have been raised from the tourism going straight to the communities has contributed towards nurse salaries, buying medication and supplies for a local clinic that we started building in 2017. And within a few weeks, months of these first rhinos arriving, that clinic became fully operational, and it's since then treated over 6,000 patients. So it's been a huge, huge success story to have these 2 rhinos directly funding local healthcare. Another thing that's made this initiative possible is complementing it with a huge community development program to help people actually be able to engage in community-based conservation and not have to go into subsistence poaching. Drilling water wells, establishing irrigated food gardens, hundreds of thousands of school meals, school infrastructure, delivering dental and eye clinics and free cataract surgeries, sports centers, sewing cooperatives, lots and lots of different projects going on. So the impact of the initiative has been huge. The Living Desert Zoo and Gardens have been helping us capture the impact through social research and surveys. And I just want to finish with a few photos of our scouts, the men and women who are really the backbone of the initiative, them doing some training, them engaging with some school children, and a couple photos of the clinic really showing how powerful the impacts of conservation on the ground can be. So thank you very much for your time. That's it from me. And yeah, come and visit. Thank you.
That's an amazing place, amazing landscape, great communities to get to work with. Our 4th speaker and final of this session is Mary Wykstra, who's coming to us from Kenya, but originally from Michigan, just like me. And she's going to talk a lot about the work that the great diversity of work that she does, helping cheetahs coexist with people in the northern parts of Kenya. Just the right.
Thank you, and again, thanks James and Katie for putting this together and inviting me to come. My voice is a little bit quiet today because I caught a cold when I came back to America. Normally I live in Kenya and I live out in the field with my team. So I'm really excited. This year is the launch of our 25th year of working in Kenya, and we've done a rebranding this year. Our umbrella organization is actually called Carnivores, Livelihoods, and Landscapes. That is our 501c3 organization under which all of our legal operations function. And we actually have 2 projects under Carnivores, Livelihoods, and Landscapes. Action for Cheetahs in Kenya is the one that I run, and I have a colleague that works in the Masai Mara National Reserve, and she runs a project called the Mara Meru Cheetah Project. We do a lot of our research collaboratively, but we work independently underneath the Carnivores, Livelihoods, and Landscapes. So I'm going to focus on Action for Cheetahs in Kenya, which we have kind of 3 pillars under which we operate our projects. So we have our main research and our outreach programs, which are under the Cool Crafts program. When I have the booth out here, I'll have a few of the crafts out there that you guys can take a look at, some of our community crafts. We also have something called our Scat Dogs Saving Cheetahs. And I'll talk more about that in the next slide, but basically we use dogs to find cheetah fecal material, and from the fecal material we are able to look at cheetah genetics across the entire landscape, the diet that they eat, and the health of the cheetahs. And then we have our Ginger's Hope program, and Ginger's Hope is the element under which we look at the One Health operative, which is the health of the wildlife, the health of the people, and the health of the environment. And this Ginger's Hope program is a program that vaccinates about 4,000 dogs and cats annually, and does a spay and neuter program with our local veterinarians and our county veterinarians. So why cheetahs, you might want to ask? Cheetahs are declining across their entire home range. At one time, there were well over 100,000 cheetahs ranging across the entire range, and now there's less than 7,000 in their entire range. Kenya itself only has less than 1,200. We're actually estimating now only about 800 cheetahs left in Kenya. So we're trying to halt that decline. Kenya is really important because it is central to the Eastern African cheetah population. So it is contiguous with Tanzania in the south. It is contiguous with South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Somaliland in the north, Somalia in the north. And so that whole East African population is the second largest contiguous population to exist. The South African population is the other area where there's continuation of cheetahs that are not as pocketed as they are in the other ranges that they still exist. So it means that Kenya is so essential for that Eastern African population, and that is why we decided to focus our efforts there in Kenya. So a little bit more on kind of what is all the cool craft and Ginger's Hope and the scat dogs and why we branded these into these categories. Under the cool crafts, it's our outreach and our education. It's our research that pours back into the education program. We have sporting events that we do. We have soccer balls that were made in Kenya that we have a cheetah on the soccer ball, and we use those sports to bring groups of people together, an audience that is difficult to reach sometimes, which is the warriors and the young men of the community that are out being warriors and doing what warriors do. So we try to bring them together in an event where we have an opportunity to talk to them and teach them about what they can do to protect their environment more. We're really lucky in the Samburu community that their culture believes in the harmony between people and nature. However, influences from the outside world have made some changes in that they think somebody owes me money because I have my livestock got killed, whereas historically they would have just moved with the livestock and with the weather patterns. These settlement patterns that they have now are a big reason why they're having more conflict with cheetahs. Again, I mentioned more about the Ginger's Hope program already. That is also another different audience. That is the audience of the herders and the people who are settling. And it's another way to reach them with a program that gives them the health that they need and helps them to understand the health of their dogs and the rest of their livestock. The Scat Dog program is a part of our National Cheetah Survey. And the National Cheetah Survey, we are looking at not just our Samburu ecosystem where we're based up in northern Kenya, but it's looking at the contiguous population of the whole range-wide population of cheetahs. So I think to say thank you to the Living Desert and so many of the other zoos that have supported our work. And thank you for joining us today.
What's that? Just go take the chair.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to call back up all of our speakers. We have several minutes to be able to talk about and learn from them and their experiences as well. And we'll also bring up Ghana Wingard, who is our head of the Conservation Initiative here at the Living Desert. So welcome, Ghana. A little hand for Ghana, if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, so is it on the same code there, Kate? So on the same interaction code, you can submit your questions on there. That should be the next question that's up on your screen where you were answering those two previous questions. So if you'd like to go on there and submit some questions, we have 2 already here, which is great. But if you'd like to submit some more, we have some time to be able to talk and learn from our partners here. All right, so is that working for everyone? Can you get on to, if you want to? Good, okay. So same link that you had prior, you can submit questions there for today, for this, for any of our panelists. All right, so we had some very broad questions that really, I think we could go with anyone here. The first question, what is the most rewarding aspect of your work? Tom, I think you talked a little bit about, answered that question already with that great UN trip when they got the Champions of the Earth thing. Other folks, would you have anything that jumps out right away, a specific achievement, a celebration, an interaction that you'd like to share? Mary? Pass it down to Mary.
I think one of the highlights for me was a day that we received a phone call from someone in the community who had seen some cheetah cubs that were down into a little washed out area there was a rainstorm that was coming, and the herder contacted us and said, we're afraid that those cheetah cubs are going to be drowned. And in the past, they would have said, yay, the cheetah cubs are going to be drowned, the predators can get killed, and it's okay. And the day that we received that phone call from the herder, that's what it's all about, is when you've changed somebody's life from thinking, I want that predator dead, to I don't want those babies to die.
Wow, that's a big change. All right.
Morning, everyone. I'm Ghana Wingard. I'm the creator of Conservation of Mongolia, and we have a wonderful partnership with the Living Desert and Mongolian Conservation Initiative. And we want to share a story that we have been protecting the large mountain sheep in Mongolia. It's called Argali sheep, and also Siberian ibex for 25 years. So one day, he was setting camera traps for other species, but we got a snow leopard in that camera photos. So we work in a Gobi Desert. It's hot and it's dry. We don't have much snow. Snow leopard likes to have, high mountains, snows, right? But because we've been protecting their prey, the Argali sheep and ibex for 25 years, and we also worked with community members, and snow leopard showed up. So this was very exciting story, and it's very exciting achievement for us, because if we protect the home range, if we protect the food, and then we work, no local people harassed the animal, the snow leopard, and the snow leopard stayed for 7 months. So we hope that he will come back. So the behavior is they usually, like a young male comes and checks out the area, and then maybe he will come back with the female. So hoping that we'll have a snow baby one day. So this is our exciting story.
Right.
I think for me, it's probably when we brought the first 2 rhino back to the Wangi ecosystem. We'd been working on the initiative very proactively since 2019, started recruiting local community members to be scouts in 2018, so it had been in the pipeline. But then obviously COVID hit and everything got delayed, and we only got the rhinos in 2022. And all the local community members had been waiting for this moment for a long time. We'd all been waiting, the scouts had been waiting, we've been training. So when they finally got to the ground and we released them, it was a bit of a magical, emotional moment. And to see that program grow, we've got 57 scouts, we've got women scouts as well. They're actually called the Cheetahs, Cheetah Scouts. It's just been a great journey, but I think having those 2 first rhinos come back was a great moment for everyone.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So, yeah, I did talk about the UN thing, but probably one of the most significant events for me personally was a situation where we were at the warden's house, and Lee Wayne, I don't know if you were there at the time. We were doing a summer camp, sort of a summer camp for the bush babies, and there was a dozen of the kids sitting around the table coloring, and the parents came up to us and started asking questions about conservation-oriented questions about what we're teaching these kids. And that's when it dawned on me, this is working. Our focus was to get to the kids, to make that, hopefully create this next generation of wildlife warriors, build what we're calling environmental patriotism in the next generation. And it's affecting the parents, because they're coming back to us and saying, well, tell us more about what this does, or what this animal does, or what the not ecological service, but in some respect, that sort of question. But the point is it was what we're doing with the kids is filtering back up to the parents as well. And so we're creating awareness larger than I think we give ourselves credit for, all of us. So.
That's true. Absolutely. Yeah. I think a big part of, those of us who do a lot of education of children in particular are often said, you're just keeping the kids busy during the day. That is not the case. You change a kid, you change a family, right? You change a family, you change a community. And that's definitely when we've done the evaluations of the mambas and the bush babies' impacts on the communities in South Africa, and also the stuff that we did with Creaky and Zim. The change is happening in the communities because of the education and engagement and the behavior change of the kids, right? So we're not just keeping kids busy, you know? These soccer tournaments aren't just keeping kids busy, it's giving them a purpose, it's giving value to their work. Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk much more about that in our third session when we talk about environmental education. But next question, this is kind of a combination of a couple of ones. These are great questions, keep them coming in, folks. What are the top couple things that someone here could do to become a conservationist? And as a corollary or maybe a lead-in for you for that, what is it that you did to become a conservationist? Right? Maybe you could answer that yourself or suggest that for other people, either way. Anybody? No one wants to start off.
So one of the things we say, which isn't necessarily that easy, but for us, like I explained, our model does depend partly on tourism and people coming and actually experiencing this, people from all over the world, interacting with the local communities as well. The local people, they appreciate the benefits of wildlife directly, but when they see people coming from all over the world to come and see their wildlife, there's a big sense of pride that's linked to that. So tourism is a big way that people can help us personally on the ground on where we operate. I know that's not easy for everyone, but yeah.
So people doing tourism, taking trips.
Yeah, people coming and visiting, obviously engaging in kind of responsible tourism is important. But you know, our project is a great example of what can happen if tourism is done properly. People can have a lot of impact just by going on holiday. Yeah.
So to support exactly what you're saying is, I made my first trip to Southern Africa in 2009, had that aha moment. I won't go into the gory details. It was a lion kill on a zebra. Had that aha moment. But before the trip, my wife and I, we did all the research, read all the books, watched all the documentaries, the Big Cat Diaries and all this stuff, got all excited. But it's not the same. If you have the resources to go and be there and have that multi-sensory experience, I can't speak highly enough of it. It will change your life, and then you will dedicate a part of your life to conservation and support of others like the NGOs that are here today and the zoo itself. So engagement, I think that's the key here, is hands-on engagement, the experience, and then develop what you can do here locally. Develop a passion for, do some research, find out what's critically endangered. It doesn't have to be, a rhino, it could be a plant species, and then do something about it. Find out who else is working on it, who else is interested, and start a social group about it. There's a lot of ways that you can start ground up kind of thing. So.
Yeah, well, that's going down. Thank you. In most all of I think everybody here has a visiting, a volunteer, tourism kind of aspect to the work, right? So we do in Mongolia, of course, and same in Kenya with you, Ye, and we definitely do at Creaky, and also, of course, with the mambas in South Africa. So if you're interested in getting that firsthand experience, everybody's got that experience, opportunity available.
So yeah, like Dr. James said, that any of you can sign up and join us in Mongolia to study the large mammals, small mammals, vultures, kestrels. We do lots of species studies all summer. You can sign up and join us for 2 weeks. The Living Desert staff members, Mongolian Conservation Initiative staff members, we will be working together. So that would be how to participate, and we would like to welcome you. We will have more information today at 4 o'clock.
Plug there.
Yeah, and I think each one of us is our own selective conservationist. We choose the things that mean something to us, and you can start with small things at home. How you use your water, you can start volunteering at the zoo. Everybody can't afford always to go overseas to do those kind of vacations, but there's so many things you can get involved with here. Encourage the younger generation to get involved in these things, to get not just what they do on computers and on the on the telephones and things like that, looking at stuff, but ask them to get involved with things, become a junior zookeeper or whatever you have, your junior volunteers, and go to the clinics outside and get involved outdoors. And you start small and you grow bigger. I grew up in a little tiny town where we only had 30,000 people in my town, and went to my high school and to college and did something that nobody else really in my entire community did. So I think anybody can do it if I can do it.
Yeah, all right.
I'm going to say something that we're all thinking but afraid to say. Sorry, no offense. One thing you can do is write checks. Okay, we all of our NGOs survive on donations and grants, et cetera. I've had people ask me, oh, Tom, how do I know what organization to write a check to? And I said, well, contact them. Ask them what their mission is. And then ask them for a financial statement to make sure that they're spending their money where they're talking. So write checks to the zoo. And they certainly will make sure that it is used very effectively and effectively. So, but we're all surviving on donations, I'm sure, but at least I am.
That's great, Tom. Thank you. Yeah.
But engage. In addition, go to these places.
Yeah, and for folks who are interested, we of course have a huge volunteer pool here. I know most all of you all are volunteers, a whole lot of, because I recognize a lot of faces. So if you want to get involved directly in conservation, you can volunteer it here or another organization. If you have kids or grandkids, of course, our Learning and Impact department has all sorts of great opportunities. Our Zoo Teens program is probably the coolest thing that we do, but we have things for younger kids too. We take volunteers in conservation out into the field with us a lot, and all of our tortoise head starting program is done mostly by volunteer work. A lot of our plant stuff. So there's lots of opportunities. Folks who are wanting to make this a career, start doing the things. Find an organization and start working. All right. So a question here that different from the previous ones. So coming to the idea of the large mammals, most of the species that we're talking about are in decline. Cheetahs are declining, rhinos are declining. The large mammals that we have in Keynote are declining nationally, although it's not as bad as in Africa. Of course, white rhinos and Zim. Our populations are growing around Wangé because we're bringing them back. But globally, of course, the species are declining. How do we measure success to show the impact of the work that we're doing, right? More than just number of people who come, money that we raise. How do we show that the work that we're doing with communities, because most of you all are talking about community-based conservation, really. How do we show the work that we're doing is making a difference for the large animals, the large mammals? This is the real kernel, right, the heart of our questions.
This is one of the hardest things today. So often people ask me, do you think you're making a difference? And I definitely think we're making a difference. I think there's a very good chance that had myself and a few other cheetah conservation people who are working in Kenya, had we not started when we did, the cheetahs probably would not be in good numbers in Kenya right now. Have we stopped the decline? Not yet. It's a little bit bigger than just stopping people from killing cheetahs. This is a lot about development and climate change, and sometimes it can be really depressing. So we've definitely slowed the decline, but we're also looking at ways that should things turn around the way we hope they do, there are alternatives. There are the breeding programs that we work together with the zoos. There are the relocation and translocation programs that get done to make sure that we can understand how to move animals, and for me, cheetahs, from one place to another successfully. And is everything we do going to always be a success? No. Does it get depressing sometimes? Absolutely. But we did this because we have a passion for these species, and we do make a big difference, and we measure those differences. There are places in Kenya where cheetahs are on the increase, but overall they are still declining, and that hurts sometimes. But I still think that I keep plugging along because I believe in what I'm doing, and I believe that with you guys' help we can make a difference.
So another success story, would like to share that Keynote Nature Reserve is becoming one of the sites that we can actually see they are Gali sheep and ibex. Very close. Their flight distance is very long, high in different parts of the Mongolia. But at our site, the flight distance is very close. So it means less disturbed. And then community members are working with them, not chasing them or harassing them. So that's our success story. And also, community members want to work with us. They're coming and how we can work with you, how we can help you. This is their backyard, so we want to work with them as much as we can. So it's a good partnership, community members and tourists coming to see them. And then also in a Lonely Planet book, it's the one site that you can, for sure you will see the wild sheep and goats.
So I think for us, I mean, if you compare the numbers of the southern white rhino to in the 1920s, 1930s, the numbers increased massively. So it's a huge conservation success from that side. But we like to look at the short-term kind of success stories as long as the long-term ambitions that we have. And just in terms of short-term, you know, for example, the fact that we employ local community members, we've got 57 scouts, that if they didn't have jobs, they probably would be poaching themselves to feed their families. So that alone is putting a lot of wealth and benefits back into the communities. Each one of those scouts has got a family of 10, 12 people at home that they're supporting. So that's, yeah, looking at the kind of the shorter term benefits in terms of the impact and not just the overarching numbers is really important. We like to measure things in terms of the value rather than the money, because a lot of those impacts you can't measure financially. So yeah, just keeping in mind the shorter term impacts as well as the larger picture is really important, I think.
Right. So for me, that seems like a very simple question on the surface, but it really isn't. It's a very complicated question, as I'm recalling it. How do we show success, and how do we, I mean, you have to think about what are the variables involved in indicating success, and they have the things to do with like habitat loss. And so how do we show success or the need to succeed with people that are critical in decision making around land use policies and that kind of thing? So there's a whole wide range of issues. So that's what makes it a very complicated question. And speaking for myself, and I've had the honor of making a lot of these kinds of presentations, and I don't capitalize on it well enough. And so there's things that we can do, I can do personally to maybe be better at public awareness and those kinds of things as well. But I think we're bred to think of extrinsic values of nature. What can we get out of it? And we don't look at the intrinsic values. So I think if we can start as NGOs and conservationists, if we can start to train the public, the general public and society that, there is this thing called extrinsic value, not just utilitarian value or whatever. So I think there's a lot of things we can do academically as well as boots on the ground. But until we actually show them the value that we are providing by preserving nature and these pristine spaces, people are just going to go on doing their daily work and life, and I think it's upon us and everyone in this room that we go out and talk to people about this value and why we're not just saving plants and animals just because we don't have anything better to do. I mean, there's a purpose behind it. So that's the kind of complication I think that the center of that question. So
it is, yeah.
Very good question.
All right, thank you. Okay, and our last question for you all before we take a break is, in the face of all of the challenges, mining, overhunting, land conversion, just all of the things, guns, how do you maintain positivity? How do you maintain hope? From what do you draw inspiration the most? How do you keep doing what you're doing?
Smiles on the faces of these little kids when they see for the first time an animal that they've only heard about. It's just that genuine smile.
Yeah.
That's what gives me hope.
All right.
Simple as that.
Yeah, I think for us it's pretty much the same. We've been operational for a few years now, and we've actually seen some of our the school children that came through, visited the rhinos a few years ago, spoke to the scouts who are now themselves scouts, and that's just yeah, that's a great feeling to have, to see these children actually making money protecting wildlife.
I get hope when some of my field officers, and especially the newer people who get hired in and get up and speak in front of the audience of their peers and their community. And when I really see them have that pride in the work that they do, they start out, they're a little nervous about it, they're a little afraid to talk to people, and when they get to that point that they have the pride in presenting the work that they do and in presenting their passion for the environment to their community, that's when I pat myself on the back and say, Mary, you're doing the right stuff.
That's great.
So, like, Remo's hope. So he's been working with us for 13 years, and he's becoming the amazing scientist, manager, and then friend and coworker. So he is hope. And then also, Remo manages a school trip for 200 fifth grade kids every summer. Oh, lots of kids running around. And he can do it. And those fifth grade students, they're moving to middle school. So fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth grade and middle school in Mongolia, because of this middle school, fifth grade students trips, since 2018, the number of kids who are signing up eco clubs in a middle school increased, it doubled. So this is our hope, because it's their home, it's their inspiration and empowerment will save the species from mining, from overgrazing, and from other poaching. So that's our hope.
All right. Okay. A hand for our speakers, hand for our heroes. Thank you. All right, so we're going to break now until 10:45, let's say. 10:50, we'll get started with the next session. Our heroes are around. You had so many great questions that were specific to certain people. Go talk to them directly to answer those, if you could. All right? Thank you all. and successes that we have had in our conservation programs here. We'll talk about work down in Baja California, which will be our first presenter. We'll talk about work here in the Coachella Valley. You know, one of the challenges of having a very engaged audience is it's tough to get them all back on the same point. No, this is good. This is good. It's good to have this problem. Thank you all for being so engaged with each other. Hope everyone had times to talk with our speakers from the first panel on the break. Hope you can, is that a little better? Hope you'll be able to talk to the sessions, speakers that we had in the first session during our lunch as well, if you didn't get an opportunity there. So we'll get started now with our next session, which is focused on California wildlife. Woo! Especially Southern California deserts. So this is, of course, the broad all the way down into Baja California and also into Sonora. So we're going to first off start off with some long-term collaborators and partners, members of the family, partes de nuestra familia aquí. Aidée Sánchez Ramirez from the Programa de Recuperación del Terreno Peninsular here in Baja California. Aidée, a hand.
Well, hi everyone. I'm very glad to be here. And thank you, James, for the invitation, Katie, for all the hard work you put on this summit. Well, I work in the Peninsular Pronghorn Recovery Program, and it is a very old program. It has many years going on, and we have a lot of efforts, so I'm going to make my best to give this a fast talk and get you the context that you need to understand everything that we do there. So our NGO is pretty new. We had to make this happen. It's Conservación en Acción, Conservation in Action, and we started last year. So this is to make all the efforts that we need to support this program, because for 3 years was underfunded for the government. So all the work that we did just had to pause, and that is very, very disencouraging for us. So we're on the way to the recovery of the peninsular pronghorn subspecies. So all the efforts that we do to ensure the recovery of these subspecies, it goes beyond the field work that we do there. We try to connect people to have this community engagement conservation. The land that we have these stations, we used to have 3 stations. We had to close one. Those are breeding stations in different areas of Baja California. These 3 stations all put together, the land that was preserved for pronghorn, that means that no cattle is allowed in that area, was about 74,000 hectares. So it is a very large land. This land is owned by communal people, local people that have it's property of them. And we just have an arrangement with them, so they let us preserve this land, and they receive some help or incentives from Mexican government. But all of these efforts have been cut down, as I mentioned, 3 years ago. So this is our timeline. It's very long, it's very summarized. So, well, the thing is that peninsular pronghorn population went down, and they made an aerial census and counted 163 pronghorns in wildlife. So the people interested in preserving pronghorn got together and said, we need to do an effort. And they started this breeding program in 1998. They captured 5 fawns, and that is what's starting the breeding program. They had like this little trap where some pronghorns in the wild come in and were lured through water and food. And then we got 47 individuals, and from there, they started the breeding program. So in 2000 were the first babies born in the first station that we had. And then the IUCN in 2003 recognizes the peninsular pronghorn as a subspecies at critical risk. And then all the alliances with American zoos was made, and we have a consortium of zoos and a working group that has many goals towards the future and are our partners in the work that we do there. What else? Well, we had the second station was built in 2011, and this is where we're based right now. The station that it's operative right now is in El Llano del Berrendo. It's called, that is the name of the land. And it's in Baja California state in Mexico, in the northern state of the peninsula. We have around 128 individuals right now that are enclosed. And we made a big release because of the amount of pronghorn that we had. So having a breeding program is very hard because, as I mentioned, we started with very little pronghorn and we had a lot of funding, but the numbers started to go up, as you will see in this graphic. So funds started to go down, and when you have a lot of numbers and you don't have the funding to keep them going, this is very difficult. So we have a big success, but it's a challenge too because you need to keep feeding the pronghorn. So our project is not like just marking and let the animal go into the wild and find their lives. We have to support their life inside those pens, so they cannot go and find their food in the desert. So this is very challenging for us. Oh, here's the historic range. So you can see the gray areas of the historical range of the pronghorn goes up to the south of California. And the darker spot is where the pronghorns are now. We have alliances with the landowners, with NGOs, with zoos, and the government agencies are also a big part of this program. We have this museum there in the station, and the landowners have this little marketplace where they sell some stuff there and makes an income of the program. We also have many tourists going there because on the area, the gray whale is born there, so this lures people in to see the babies of the gray whale, and then they go to see pronghorn, so this is very attracting for the tourists. And well, this is the picture, the one in the hat is my father. He's the one that started, so I am the second generation in this program. My mom is the one walking with the pronghorn, and I am up there as a teenager feeding one of the pronghorns. So it's been a long road. My husband is in the bottom part, and my father too, making some field work with the pronghorn. So this is like a family effort. And sometimes I think, well, if we don't get it done, who will? So it's just our life.
That's right. Thank you, Aidée. Thanks. Yeah, that is not a small statement. That family is responsible for the perpetuation, the continuation, the existence of this subspecies of pronghorn, which used to live in Anza Borrego. So it was part of our neighborhood, too. So next up, staying in our California deserts, but moving to the extreme northern end of the California deserts. We have Susan Sorrells, who is a fifth generation, is that correct, Susan? Fourth generation resident of Shoshone, and her family are responsible for a lot of the conservation that happens on the Amargosa River that runs on the southeast side of Death Valley. Susan, I hand.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have some things that I really want to say before I start my 5-minute talk.
That's still part of the 5.
Well, I tried.
I tried.
But first of all, I want to say that what gives me hope is everyone that's in this room. The work that the Living Desert's doing, the work that all of the other heroes are doing. And even though you're from all over the world, in the mighty Amargosa, which is only like 3 hours from here, we're doing the same work. We're working with tribal knowledge and with the tribes. We're working with the tribes to put together a tribal coalition. We're empowering the local people. We're integrating nature with community. We're looking at ecosystems and not just a endangered species. We're empowering groups to come together. And it's just what gives me hope. And many of these efforts are from small towns. And what gives me hope is all of these rays of light all over the world that comes from each one of these heroes. And then here, people like James and Dr. Luis and again, all of you in the room, you're the ones that make these efforts possible. So the people in this room, the companionship, the camaraderie, the dedication when things get tough, you are my heroes. And I want to thank you for inviting me to be a part of this club.
It's the right arrow.
4 minutes. So for those of you that weren't at the video displays last night, I wanted to say a little about myself in 1 minute. My name is Susan Sorrells, and I'm 4th generation in Shoshone. And I grew up there as a child, but then I went away at a quite early age, and I traveled. Although I came home to be with my family, to interact with, it had always been my home, but I went to Russia, I lived in Russia, I lived in Africa for 4 years, I lived in Europe, and I actually was living in Geneva, Switzerland, when we had some family emergencies, and I came home, and the tragic circumstances that evolved were such that it was in my hands to either sell our family home and continue my life abroad, or come home and take it over. And it just broke my heart at the thought of selling it. So I came home, and I had talked to several people in this room about how you see your home differently when you go away. And when I came back, I realized, let's see, which button is this? I realized how amazingly unique and precious these lands were that were my home and I loved. And so I started, but they were also incredibly threatened. And so I started working with different groups of people to save these amazing lands for, as we say, the 6th generation. And one of the things that makes the Amargosa area so unique is that a river runs through it. So we worked with the local community, government agencies, our representatives, with so many different groups, and realized that the only way to save these lands was through a land status change. And earlier we had gotten the mighty Amargosa declared a wild and scenic river, and that was huge. So we started towards making the area a monument and getting a land status change to a monument. And many different people came together. We started from ground zero, so our initial beginning was through generous groups of people that supported our effort. And this is the area. It's over 1 million acres, but it creates transition zones between, from Death Valley almost to the Mexican border. And as we said, transition zones are so important because now we have pronghorn coming back into our area. So transition zones for animals and plants are just really crucial for ecosystems. So the legal basis for the establishment of a monument is the Antiquities Act, but also the National Landscape Conservation System of 2009 looks at different ways to manage land, and that's really important to what we're doing. The present designations in the Amargosa are all protected, either ACECs, wilderness, Wild and Scenic River, the Old Spanish Trail is part of that, the Salt Song Trail that's very sacred to the Paiute and the Timbisha-Shoshone go through the heart of the monument, but it's not managed holistically, and that's what we're hoping to achieve. The Amargosa Basin National Monument will protect the land, but what's even more important, and I see that ringing out with all of you today, which gives me hope, but it's also about the people and the communities and the visitors. It's about really the human race. So this would allow us to shift from an extractive BLM method to protective and restorative. It would also consider cultural landscapes, and then a focus on holistic management and biodiversity and ecosystems. And then what I grew up with the Timbisha-Shoshone, and what is incredibly important is establishment of co-management agreements, which is happening now in Checkawala and Baj Navajo and many of the new monuments that are being formed, and then empowerment of local communities through commissions that would give the local communities a voice. Why is the monument designation needed? Because of the threats, and one of my other panel members is concerned, and rightly so, about desert tortoise. In the past, we had Yucca Mountain, and then we knocked down that monster, and then we had Bright Source with the power tower that's now going broke, extractive mining, which you all are facing in Mongolia, and that all creates unsustainable water use, and also loss of habitat continuity. But it also offers a lot of opportunities on a new way of management, and we're very excited about this. We feel like we're path blazers, and a new way of management that includes communities, tribes, interested individuals, and groups who are concerned about our future, holistic management. And it would, again, not just protect the land, but it would protect the people. And then decisions about land management that are concerned with social justice. And I think we've seen many ill-conceived projects that really are very destructive to local people, although they may have a national purpose. But there are other ways than not considering social justice. And then, again, resignating from the rural communities in Africa, economic sustainability for our rural areas. And in the past, tourism has been could be very destructive. But with this new way of management, and they're doing this in Australia, tourism could be a way of stewardship and education. And so what is now in an old-fashioned way of managing tourism, it could become very powerful and be a way of uniting us all. So that's who we are. James, how many minutes do I have left?
-5.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Susan. All right, next up, Dr. Jeff Lovich, a long-term partner and collaborator of ours here in the Coachella Valley, our main go-to for tortoise things for many years. A hand for Jeff.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here, and I appreciate the recognition. Oh, okay. I thought I was loud enough. Anyway, I want to thank James, and I want to thank the Living Desert for this recognition. I am so inspired. This is the most incredible group of conservationists that I've ever met with in my career, ever. And I...
Wow. All right.
So my path was a little different. I didn't work for an NGO or a nonprofit that facilitated conservation or promoted conservation. I was a federal research scientist that worked on wildlife of interest to the government because they were threatened or endangered, and agencies like the Bureau of Land Management, the National Biological Service, and the U.S. Geological Survey needed or provided information to managers and the public on how best to achieve those goals. So we've all heard about data-driven science and science-driven conservation. I'm that guy. That's where I worked. And so my humble contribution to conservation has been the production of peer-reviewed scientific journals, books, professional presentations to public, because my mentor and PhD advisor told me the adage, "It's not finished till it's published," is incomplete. You've got to communicate it effectively to the people that need to know it. So I've tried to do that in my whole career, and I hope it's been helpful. So I'm retired now, but I'm still in the turtle business. Christy, will you stand up? Christy has taken over my projects, and she's working.
Hey, Christy!
She's working with James now at the Living Desert to continue the work that I'll talk about a little bit quickly here. Let's see. Okay, so most of my work has been done on turtles and tortoises. All animals with a shell and a backbone are turtles, regardless of whether you call them a tortoise or a terrapin, so we'll get that out right away. These animals really need our help. Like I said in the video last night, over half the world's turtles are facing extinction. We've already lost 10 different kinds in the last couple hundred years, most recently 2012 with the death of Lonesome George, the last Pinta Island tortoise in the Galapagos. So they need help. Desert tortoises are listed under the Endangered Species Act, but populations continue to decline. It's estimated that between 2004 and 2014, 37,000 adult tortoises died for various reasons. Climate change, habitat destruction, disease, subsidized predators, you name it. It's death by 1,000 cuts. I also mentioned the fact that desert tortoises are keystone species. Their value to an ecosystem is greater than the sum of their parts. It's not just their presence or the number of tortoises on a landscape. They dig burrows that provide shelter for all these other animals. And if you took the tortoises away, where would those other species go? More than 350 species have been recorded using gopher tortoise burrows and desert tortoise burrows in North America. So one of the things Christy and I have done a lot of lately, we've done research on virtually every aspect of turtle and tortoise ecology here in the California desert, but we've done a lot of work with camera traps at tortoise burrows to measure who's coming, who's going, what they're doing, those kinds of things. And I want to share a couple of surprises with you that we found. So it's not often that you think of black bears and desert tortoises, but this is the first documented interaction between the two that I'm aware of, and we published a paper on this. Fortunately, even though bears worldwide eat a variety of turtles and tortoises with regularity, this mother and her cub did not dig the tortoise out of it was in this burrow on that date and night. So they survived that encounter, but that was real surprising. You never know what will show up at a tortoise burrow. When we took our pictures, we found over 1,200 photographs of bighorn sheep sticking their head and nose in a tortoise burrow. And we were very perplexed by this behavior, and we hypothesized that maybe the sheep were using this as a salt lick to obtain essential elements or minerals for their diet. Ungulates have diets that are very, very low in sodium, so they have to supplement it. So we designed a very simple experiment where we took soil samples from the spoil piles in front of the burrows and samples from the back of the burrow where the soil was not disturbed by the tortoise, sent them to a U.S. Geological Survey lab, had them analyzed, and guess what? There was more sodium in the spoil than there was in the topsoil. Huh. So who would have ever thought that this kind of a relationship would exist in nature where two more different animals had a connection? Nature's amazing. The other species we've worked with here in the California desert are the western pond turtles. There are two species that occur in the desert in only 2 different locations, and they're very, very rare. I call them Pleistocene relics, and they've existed since even the Miocene. It'd be a shame to lose them now, but because of human development in areas along the Mojave River and draining water for urban use and whatnot, they're facing significant threats to their survival. I'm also very passionate about the effects of utility scale renewable energy development on wildlife. I've done a lot of research on wind energy and how it affects terrestrial wildlife. I don't work with birds as a rule. I've done a few things with them, but birds and bats obviously don't do well around turbines. Solar is a big concern. It's being unrolled across the desert in just giant swaths. I'm sure most of you have seen these areas. This is wildlife habitat that's lost for essentially forever because they usually use blade and grade preparation where they just scrape off the topsoil and the plants, and it's no longer a habitat for anything. So this is a big problem. Anyway, those are the kinds of things I've been working on. I wasn't real popular in the Department of Interior when I pointed out that solar energy was a big problem for wildlife, and didn't earn me any friends there, but I'm retired now. That's all over. Thank you very much.
All right. Sometimes you have to speak the truth, even when it's not popular. All right, our final speaker and panelist in this session about California deserts is our own Dr. Luis Ramirez. Yay!
Thank you. I guess I'm in the payroll, so I will have to stay with my 5 minutes. Thank you for coming. And what I wanted to do with my 5 minutes is, you saw we have more than 50 projects in Southern California. It will be impossible to go over this, but I want to share how we work, how we think about restoration, and why we do it in these landscapes. Because restoration in deserts is quite complicated. Restoration overall is a very difficult part. Once you change it, it's very difficult, if not impossible, to turn it back to what it was. And in deserts, we have the biggest challenge that requires a lot of time. I was just yesterday talking with Jeff. Some of the tracks, the pattern left in the California desert, it was for a reason, but that pass of a tank for World War II would take more than 1,000 years to recover. So that is a big challenge. So we have to think a little bit different in the deserts. We have to be patient. I know that every single work that myself and my team is doing in the deserts, we will not get to see it. We are doing what we know that is the right thing. We use the best science, the best techniques, but we know that we will not see all the results. We will see the initial changes, and that is very inspiring for us. So we work with the species like the pronghorn. Actually, this is peninsula pronghorn down in Baja. But if you think working in restoration with this type of species make us think big, make us think in a very, very large landscape. They need thousands of acres. So we have to start thinking in working with BLM, with the state, with landowners, with local communities, because if not, we will not get. Aidée mentioned that all these local communities that work with them. So that is the only way. And if we want to work in restoration for these species, we have to think big. And when we think big, this is my poster child. But there are thousands of species living where they live. So when I benefit them, I'm benefiting a lot of other species. So they are just my excuse. So we can, something that we can do is just come. There is tamaris coming, invading some, taking the opportunity of a big storm, and chop them, begin. But what we're doing there is not just species like tamaris is here to stay. We will never get rid of them. It's just we don't have the money, the resources, or the time. But creating this space give the natives an opportunity to compete. And that is what we're trying to do, is give a better chance for the locals to fight back. So that is kind of the mentality that we have, is move from some situations is feasible to think that you will eradicate. There are organizations that will remove all the cats of all the goats in some islands. That is possible. But working in southern United States, western United States, how do we remove all the chismus, all the buffalo grass, of all the, it's not feasible. So we have to rethink and make function. Dr. James mentioned earlier today, bring the function back to the ecosystem. And that starts with very little things, like harvesting thousands and thousands of seeds, propagating those plants in our greenhouse to get another few thousand, and we will put them back in the landscape, knowing that we may have to wait another 3 years for them to have an opportunity to pop out. We work, as I joined the zoo, we had a restoration project in the Eurocopias just south of the Joshua Tree. It was great. Hillary came. It was an explosion of green, explosion of flowers, but then 18 months of zero rain. So you have to prepare for those things, and that is why we work in the way that we do, because nature prepared these seeds to be there for years and waiting for that opportunity. If I go and do some other strategies that require me to go all the time, it will be a little bit more complicated. So again, we have to rethink a little bit how we work in deserts. And finally, it's another. I don't have to. Jeff already gave you a really good explanation of why they are important. But the part that is also important for us, there is almost no person that I have ever seen that he will not have a moment with the tortoise, especially the baby ones. So they are our connections to the local communities. They are our connection to people, so they can help us. Maybe they will not be going out to collect all these seeds. Maybe they will not be going out digging 400, 300 holes to put a mesquite. But they will do other things inspired by the species that we are working with to help us, directly or indirectly, to preserve the landscapes. So I'm very excited to get to work in deserts. I grew up in the desert, so I always say, and maybe many of you have heard me say, you have to experience the desert to love the desert. And the other part that I always say, anytime that somebody tells you, but they are empty, nothing is there, it's like, no, wait, you're just going too fast. Slow down, look down, and you will see everything moving. So thank you, and stay my 5 minutes.
All right, if we could have our speakers come up again and take a seat. Same as before, please feel free to submit your questions to the same link as before. This should take you to the same page on your phone that you've already got. Slow down, look down, and you will see everything. That could be sort of a mantra for us in a lot of ways, not just with deserts, but I think in life. All right. So a lot of questions, a lot of thoughts about the restoring, bringing back, improving, documenting, engaging the public in the variety of ways that we need to in order to conserve California deserts. First question for you all. What words of wisdom or advice do you have for other organizations working towards similar missions, or who would be interested in getting involved in this? Right? What kind of advice would you give, or suggestions would you give to organizations that want to get started? So not as individuals, but as an organization in conserving pronghorn in Mexico, or restoring an ecosystem, or conserving an ecosystem, or documenting where species are, or restoring ecosystems. What would you give advice to organizations that are interested in getting started in this? A group of friends are out drinking and they're like, we want to conserve this aspect of the desert. As I understand it, all the best decisions happen over drinks. What would you tell them once they've made that first discussion? Keep drinking would be one thing, I would say.
I'll drink to that. I would say take your time and don't be prepared for, or don't expect instant results. Things happen slowly in the desert, and they don't happen according to funding timetables or availability. For example, if you're going to do a restoration project and you happen to be in the middle of a big drought like California experienced from 2012 to 2016, you're throwing seeds away. They're going to be eaten by rodents. They won't germinate. So you've got to work with the desert.
I would say honoring process, like conservation in the desert, as they mentioned before, it's decades of work. So we're not going to be able to see everything further. Also, if you want to support conservation, there are a lot of initiatives already going on, so maybe support those initiatives, and, well, willingness, it's also very important, and don't lose faith in your goals and what you're doing. Sometimes it's discouraging, but passion is needed in this type of work.
Well, I was very impressed, and it resonated with me when Dr. James said that there's a power in partnerships, and anyone that says they did this themselves is not telling the truth, because everything happens through partnerships. And especially when you're in rural areas that usually are not very financially endowed, in fact, are struggling to survive, it's one person or one organization cannot do very much, but the power of partnerships can work miracles.
I think that I will say two things, not just one. They're linked together. Is one, conservation and conservationists. Generally speaking, we are action people. We have an idea and we want it in the field yesterday. We never take a break. So something that I use a lot is go slow to go fast. So that is one. And the other one is, years ago, I thought that it was a very risky comment. I thought that it would get slapped in the face, but actually worked really well. I was working with landowners, ranchers, And I told one of them, you don't get to decide how many cows you want. The markets don't get to decide how many cows you want. The grass that gets to decide. And he got it. And that is something that I will tell another groups. You don't get to decide what you want to do. Listen, pay attention to the system, the natural part, and the communities in there, and then decide what you want to do and how you want to work. So that is why slow down to make these questions and then start doing all the things that you want to do.
Thank you. All right, yeah, honor the process. I like that summary, right? The desert is a slow healing process. We can't rush through it. And sometimes we're super threatened by drought. So along those lines, with respect to climate change in particular, it's much hotter, much drier, especially here in the Sonoran. Mojave's being affected up north. Great Basin is being affected up north as well. Chihuahua and over to the east, of course, are four major deserts in North America. What do you think that in your experience working in the California deserts, however you want to take that, how could that inform how we as a community, as Southern Californians writ large, Northern Mexicans, Southern Californians, mitigate climate change? What have you learned? What are the things that you've learned or your experiences in the California deserts? How could you best deal with climate change in however form, whether it's heat, drought, changes in human patterns, changes in rainfall patterns, right? We've seen much more episodic, intense rains, less frequently. What do you think you all have learned? Please, Susan. This is a hard question, folks. This is like PhD level question here. Not a softball.
Well, there have been those that have called the Amargosa the Galapagos of the Southern California desert because it's hot, dry. There are a lot of isolated springs, a lot of endemics and endangered, both animal, flora, and fauna. And I think, I'm actually just repeating what Dr. Luis just said, is sustainability and listening to the land. We have had such a consumer-oriented lifestyle, and honestly, it hasn't made us that happy or even that prosperous. And so thinking in sustainable ways, and as Native knowledge does, living with the land, listening to the land, I think that's really a more healthy, a happier in the long run than a consumer-driven society. So sustainability, biodiversity, I think those are words that will make for a better world as the world faces climate change. And then what I said earlier, this is a worldwide situation. It's a worldwide problem. And so we all need to work together, especially like-minded people, to find a universal solution.
So a key to surviving climate change is going to be resilience, and we can't put it into the creatures and the plants to allow them to have more resilience unless we do breeding experience or something for a long time. So we need to maintain habitats that allow them to express that resilience and adapt, like interconnected landscapes. We need to have functional wetlands, not depleted by overuse by humans and things like that. Give animals and plants a fighting chance. But resilience is going to be the key, and we can't drive that.
Well, adding up, I think respecting the process is very important. Like, all living beings know what to do. Like a rock knows what to do, a plant knows what to do. They know their process, they know why they're here. The ones that are lost is humans. Humans lack purpose and they have excess of time. So sometimes we mess with the process. And you need to start thinking in small actions. Maybe you cannot, if you're here in California, you cannot save what's happening in Africa or in Peru or in Mexico even, but you could start with small actions here. You could start with your own things, teaching your grandsons and your granddaughters. I think also youth people is sometimes not as involved as they should be. The teenagers, that area, it's hard to engage with them. So teaching them how just watch and see the animals do their process. The ants don't stop. They know what to do, the ants, the insects, the snakes. We're the ones that are messing up everything. So just mitigate, I think this word is important. Do what you can to honor the process of everything.
All right.
What I would say is just, and it's a word that I used earlier, reimagine. Is we cannot think that we can keep the same habits, the same behaviors, the same everything that got us here without reimagining what we have to do and how we have to work. It's we have to reimagine our economy, we have to reimagine our needs, we have to reimagine every aspect if we want to. We are not in the same place, so we have to that. And I keep repeating myself, I use it for how we plan restorations, but also how we live our lives.
And let's end here this session with a similar question to what we ended the last one. There's a lot of challenges that we face in Southern California, overpopulation and development and solar panels and tourism, unsustainable tourism, development and a variety of other things, climate change. But what gives you hope? What enables you to go forward with the specific work that you are doing? What is it that provides hope and motivation and inspiration for going forward?
I've already said it. Everyone that's in this room gives me hope. And all of these rays of light all over the world, and we don't even communicate with each other. But what you two are doing in Mongolia, what's happening in Africa, what's happening in the United States is just really gives me hope. And all of you, people like you that are in this room, there's islands of these same kinds of fine people that give me hope. Thank you.
Well, I think conservation and being there, it's a hard road because we have so many personal goals too. I have kids. My kids have been around pronghorn too, so seeing them grow all together, every time they have to present something at school, they pick pronghorn subject, and I'm okay, had it. But they like it living there, and it's sometimes when you grow up in this environment, you don't realize how strange environment it is. I've had photos of me recently sent to me of when I was a baby, and I'm with a pronghorn there, and then as a teenager with pronghorns, and I don't even remember because this was so frequent. So it is, I don't know, it's just like I was meant for this. So I just keep up the work, and I'm honored to do it.
In general, what gives me hope is when I started my career 25 plus something years ago, we still had that mentality of saving this species, saving this, protecting this piece of land. You have seen it today, and you will keep seeing it for the rest of the day. Humans are part, communities now are part of the equation. So that gives me a lot of hope that we break from, it still is around, but we are breaking from that mentality, from the, it served a purpose at some point, but it was good. And what gives me hope in Southern California and North Mexico is that we still have those vast landscapes. Here in Southern California most of it is BLM, Department of Defense, Fish and Wildlife Service, the state, paper, private. So we still can't think in what I say that big, those big landscapes that gives me hope because we have a lot of people, but it is very localized, so we can take advantage of that.
What gives me hope is the next generation. I have 4 grandchildren. A 5th will be on the way on February 9th through C-section. That's why I know it's February 9th. But I see them as empty slates for me to help fill out the slate for them and show them that animals are worth conserving and protecting. When my grandsons hold a snake, a harmless snake, at their home in Tucson, Arizona, it gives me great pride. We bought zoo memberships for both our kids. My daughter's in Seattle, my son's in Tucson. My daughter has taken my granddaughter in Seattle to the zoo 26 times in 2025.
Wow.
So she knows her animals already, and she's 2.5 years old, and I hope that that makes a difference.
Awesome. All right. All right, one last hand for all 4 of our panelists here. Thank you all. All right, so next up, our next panel begins right now, and we are moving from a strong focus on here in Southern California to one very much focused on Africa, both Eastern and Southern Africa. And we're going to talk a lot about environmental education and the ways in which it changes communities. We've already talked about that several times today, and we're going to talk about it a bit more specifically now. All right, so first up, going to Tanzania, Vela Makundi will be speaking about the work that she's been doing on behalf of giraffe, but also more broadly, elephants, rhinos, and snakes a little bit, and many other things. Vela, please come on up. Our hands are Vela.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I'm happy to see you all here today. You all look beautiful and stunning. My name is Vela Makundi. I grew up in Tanzania, in East Africa, where I was always surrounded by the beauty of our natural world. I was born in Kilimanjaro, where there is the highest mountain in Tanzania. And this inspired me to dedicate my life to protecting it. And today I'm working as education coordinator for World Nature Institute, inspiring the next generation of conservationists in Tanzania. World Nature Institute currently is doing scientific research, education, and actions for the Maasai giraffes in Tanzania for the past 15 years. And the Living Desert has been supporting our work for the past 9 years, and we could not have accomplished our goals without this critical support. Thank you to James and Aidée. Our education program is known as Celebrating Africa's Giant. Our education is known as Celebrating Africa's Giant, and this program focuses on iconic animals and the mega herbivores of the African savanna ecosystems, such as giraffes, elephant, rhinoceros, and the migratory wildebeest, teaching the children and the communities why they're so special, why we need to protect them, and the challenges they're facing on their natural habitat. Our activities are based in the community in the heart of Tarangire Manyara ecosystem in northern Tanzania. And our role is to build a bridge between the local communities and the wildlife they live alongside to promote human-wildlife coexistence. Our activities, we create a lot of educational materials such as storybooks, activity books, and the posters that also create like lessons that goes with these materials that the teachers in schools can use in their classrooms. We have printed and distributed more than 20,000 storybooks and printed more than 7 activity books and almost 20,000 and more than 3,000 educational posters. These books are very colorful, and they are multi-language books that any student, they are written in Swahili, English, French, and in Maasai language, that everyone can use the books. And I think when you get time outside, I'll get to show you our books and how you can get to our books. We do have fun days celebrating these animals, and we do organize these fun days where the kids and the community get to meet and celebrate wildlife by doing sports, drama and arts, trash cleanups in the park, and this is to connect wildlife conservation with fun. We also do like food programming in schools that will bring people all together so that we can share and change ideas on different activities and send different conservation message to the communities. We do visit national parks. You cannot protect what you don't know. So taking these kids to the national park give them the first view of the inside safari tourism. These kids are living where the national parks are. They are very closer to the national parks, but because of the cost to visit these parks, most of the kids have never been able to visit the national parks. So we do take the kids to the national parks where they get to learn how to use binoculars, they get to record what they see, they get to learn animal behaviors in the wild. And this, when you see a student who has never been to the park before and they see a giraffe for the first time, you see a spark ignite on their faces. We also showcase that this is like, tourism is one of the most, or the biggest economic sector in Tanzania. So this shows the kids the importance of wildlife conservation to their country and to their communities. We also do we plant trees. These are the education initiatives that we do. Like the kids, the community get to raise tree nurseries on their schools, and these trees get distributed to their local communities. And this year around, we planted about 25,000 of the trees, of the native tree seedlings along the Manyara Lakeshore, where is one of our giraffe type population is located. And also do like 3 or 5 trash cleanup along the lakeshore of the Manyara National Park, which is the direct improvement of the habitat for our giraffes. I am proud to be part of this movement, and I am honored to be recognized as a conservation hero for 2025. But the real heroes are the teachers, the community members, our partners like the Living Desert, who embraces these ideas and work to make the difference every day. Thank you.
So many amazing accomplishments. Oh, the number of people that Vela and her team reach on an annual basis. It's just staggering. Tens of thousands of people every year. That's making a legion of conservation heroes. And a similar hero making a legion of conservation heroes is Dixon Katana from Kenya, who's going to talk to us about the Wild Snake Project.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, here I am, Dixon Katana from Kenya. Just come to introduce myself and then tell you what I'm doing. I'm the snake lover. So, who loves snakes here?
All right.
Okay. So here it's a bit different. At home there, if you say who loves snakes, in a group like this, at least you'll get 1 or 2 person. Because at home there, a good snake is only a dead snake. So I'm going to talk what I've been doing down there in Kenya. And I hope all of you, even you don't love snakes, you'll love snakes too. All right, so I'm Dixon Katana. I work on the Wild Snake Project in Kenya, saving snakes, saving people's life. My passion into snake started when I was very small. This is because of my background. My father used to work in a reptile center. This is when I used to visit him to see what he's doing, and this is when I get to learn more about snakes. Since then, my passion grew deeper and deeper. Now I'm using my passion to teach people to love snakes like me. So I'm here to change the one who doesn't love snakes to love snakes. What we do is we do take the kids out of the classroom and to the world so that they can learn about nature in general. So they get to learn about air, they learn about trees, water, and this is when also I get the chance to teach them about snakes. And the time you take them into the nature, this is when also they get the chance to encounter these snakes. Because people, they know snakes are dangerous, which is not true. A dangerous animal is a human being. So if we have these kids in the wild, this is when, if they see the animal, they see how the animal does. So they get to experience themselves, and they take this knowledge home. Also, they educate their parents that what they've been taught by their parents is not truth, that snakes are dangerous. So, before we do any lesson, normally we do give them some questionnaires, which is like the pre-questions to see what already they know about snakes, identification, how they know how they can identify snakes. And after the lesson, and then also we give them the post-questionnaires to see what they have changed, what they have learned after what we have been teach them. And we have seen the impact. It's really, really changing. We do also community awareness. This is the one which is a bit challenging because grown-up people already normally they have something which already they have in their mind. Like, I'm a young boy going to educate grown-up people. Always they feel like I'm telling something which already they have been taught snakes are dangerous, and I'm telling them snakes are not dangerous, which is a challenge, but I always do my best to change their attitudes. So always, if I go into the community and I talk to 10 people and one person take my words, that's always, it's a big win, because that's, he will go tell the others also to understand about the benefits of these snakes. So snakes, when we teach them, also we do tell them like snakes, okay, they are part of our ecosystem because they play a big role in our ecosystem. Without the snakes, we're going to have another problem, which we human beings, we cannot do it. So snakes, they are really helping us. We have also activity book, which this activity book has more information. It has identification scale. This activity book has information what they can do to keep snakes away into their village. This book has information if someone gets bitten, what to do to survive if it gets bitten by a snake. And this book also it has a nice picture for the snakes which they found them in their area. Lastly, is we, as we out of the classroom, when they see the snakes, that's also a nice experience for them to experience what these animals behave once they see people. So that's the pre-question and post-survey, which we do give them. And lastly, I would like to thank the Saving Snakes, Saving People, the Living Desert Zoo to invite us to present our work, what we do there in Kenya. And the right, that is the World Snake Team, which they keep the World Snake Project tire rolling. So I would like to thank you everyone who is here for your time to give me.
Okay, and next up, Luane, my fala, a superhero who has been with us a couple years ago for the first in-person International Desert Conservation Summit. Luane is the founder and continued leader of the Bush Babies Environmental Education Program in South Africa. And as she'll talk about, this is a program that is in concert with the Black Mamba's Anti-Poaching Unit. And Luane is also like a family member. So we'll see how this works out.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as James has said, is Luane Maifala, and I would like to correct you again, James. I'm the founder and manager.
Manager, sorry.
Please. Coordinator, mother, father, and everything that a teacher can be to the children. So, yeah, I'm with Transfrontier Africa. A sister program to us is the Black Mambas, and we work together to conserve our species. So what is the bush babies? Bush babies are little primates, so I don't work with primates, I work with actual humans that are just little babies that are learning to preserve the bush. So hence the name Bush Babies. We create the platform for locals to grow and mature in nature. Again, many of our species, as we do the, speakers, not species, many of the speakers, as we're doing a similar thing is, how do you protect something you don't know, and how do we expect you to love something you've never seen? So we create that platform for the locals to grow in it. So we start them from a young age, and that's how the Bush Babies program started, basically teaching local kids and communities about the preservation of species. But whenever we got into the classroom and teach the kids, be it of a reptile, be it of an elephant, all these kids said, it's gonna kill me. So there was a lot of myths and beliefs. You know, if we're sitting like this at home and an owl just comes, somebody's going to die in that family. That's the belief that these children grow up with. And that was one of the things that sparked their interest to say, no man, there is potential here. These people are like the little empty vessels, and imagine how much I can pour into them and how much they can grasp and change their lifestyle for the species' survival. And that has been one of our successes. So we go to school, we're working with 11 primary schools in the Bapalabora, which is now flooded. I don't know what I'm going back home to. Maybe some trees or not, I don't know. But then yes, so we're working with 11 primary schools, and we have a resource center. We're working with 4 primary schools in the tribal lands. So you know how it is, tribal and people, whatever you say, I was like, yeah, we grew up knowing that, so yes. So our program is interlinked into the school curriculum where we try to raise knowledge. Oh yeah, and awareness. We're giving the children awareness, and we hope that they change their attitude through the active participation lessons that we have with them. What we also do with our learners is excursions, such as visiting an institute like HERD, where we actually go and see real elephants. And you look at that elephant, and it's got these lashes, and I'm like, give it to me, give me those lashes. But just to see, you know, you would appreciate an elephant from a distance, but then once it comes closer, you can actually see the hairs on its body. And with that experience, when the kids get to experience that, because a lot of them know, Granny at home said that elephant is gonna kill me, but now I get to see it, and you get to touch it. That is so pure. Yes, they belong in the wild, they are wild, but just to experience that, take out that fear. I've been in conservation for more than 20 years, and let me tell you, when I first touched that elephant, everything went out. No education, my past experiences prepared me enough to actually touch that. I was even saying, with a pangolin, you know, I believe I'm an advocate for these species, but when I first saw my pangolin, my first ever pangolin, I looked at the thing and I said, what on earth is this dinosaur thing? And they're like, no, wait. I said, no, I don't want to even touch it because it looked like the weirdest. You know, have you ever told someone about something you've never seen? But let me tell you, today I stand here and I've touched it and I put it here and it's got its tail. I know, I'm bragging, right? You know, you'll never experience that. And he was balancing himself on me with his tail. And imagine now when I go to class and I'm teaching these kids about pangolin, how do you think I go? I'm not clueless, I'm clued up. I touched an actual one. So yes, that's what we're doing. So it's about giving them the experience. In South Africa, conservation is a white man job. Whether, even with the Mambas, that's why everybody goes like, what? They will do it? Those ladies? You know? So we are really shifting the mindset of the people. And we're saying, we can all do it because you know what? This is for all of us. And it's for us to preserve and save. We also do bush camps. So with the 11 schools, we visit them once a month to facilitate our lessons. And then in the previous years, we would say, okay, you will write an exam. And those who pass were the ones that get to go on this all expenses paid trip. But we said, no, let's change the ball this time. Let's change the game, actually, using the balls. So now, if you're interested, you'll show your interest by submitting assignments that we give to the kids. These are assignments that are not really comfortable for the kids because they have to build and assemble stuff. And again, have to go back into the communities, back at home and ask the parents, do you like owls? And the parents would be like, are you crazy? Of course I don't. and just to have the kids to work on such and get the experience, but also to share the information that we teach the kids. They go on this all expenses paid trip in the bush, very fancy. That's where I get my peaceful beauty sleep. In the bush, you can hear the lions roaring, the hyenas coming in. And this is a first-time experience. They go on game drives in an open vehicle safari, fancy. And you know, they get to see these elephants firsthand, never, ever, ever in their entire life. You know, we see wild dogs. Oh, guys, I know I love my job too. So, yeah, that's what we do with the bush camps. But as we were educating these kids, a lot of the children kept saying to us, yeah, when you say it's not going to kill you, it's going to kill me. But how do you know it's going to kill you when you've never experienced it? My grandmother said so. Remember, even with the black mambas, as they're currently on duty for 21 days, their children are staying with the grandmothers. So Granny looks after the children. And of course, Granny plays a crucial role in the upbringing of these children. And what is the first thing she teaches them? Myths and beliefs that she herself grew up with. So that elephant is going to kill you. And then we say, okay, Granny is now becoming a problem. How do we then incorporate Granny into our program? And that's when we started the Bush Grannies program. These are our matriarchs. They know about the ways, just like the elephant matriarchs, they know where to get water. They know where to go when there's food. Granny also knows all of that. But Granny becomes a problem when she says, elephant is going to kill you. So we said, okay, Granny, we're now going to take you also on an excursion. Let's go into the Kruger Park. Granny was excited. It's a day out. You know, it's their first time actually into Kruger, so I don't know what to expect. The drive from the park, from the gate to the park is about, we live about 10 kilometers away, so it's not that far. And we get to the gate, and they get off this protective vehicle onto an open safari vehicle. They're very excited. They don't know what's inside. We get in, we drive around, and they look and they see, hi, there's an elephant. Driver, start the vehicle, let's go. And I say, driver, you're not doing that because we're going to sit here, we're going to observe these elephants that are coming, and we're just going to check their behavior. And these elephants are coming, oh my goodness, and the grannies are losing it. Listen, girl. I was no longer regarded as whatever they used to call me, but listen, girl, these animals know you. They don't know us. And I've got grandchildren back home, so please make him start the vehicle. And I still stood my ground, no. And they say, well, if she doesn't listen because she's too young, we'll talk to the driver. Driver, start the vehicle. And I say, driver, I'm the one paying you. You are definitely not starting that vehicle. But long story short, the elephant passed. And then I said to the grannies, did you die? Did you die? And everybody's like, no, but these animals, they walk past here because they know you. And I said, well, that was such a limited time experience. Let's go camping. And on the camp, we go 3 days, and there's a morning drive in the morning and in the evening. And I don't know what was I thinking, but on the first drive, the elephants were mock charging us. And Granny was like, what did I tell you? That elephant is going to kill us. And you know, they come here with this fear of, well, it never goes away. I also had that fear. And just to shift from, I'm scared of it, to experiencing a different elephant experience on the second drive, the third drive, and the fourth drive. And when they left, what animal are you scared of? Nothing. Which animal do you like? The elephant. I don't even want to know why do you like the elephant, but just to understand the social structure. And we tried to create that link to say, wildlife, especially the elephant, and yourself as the matriarch, similar. So yes, it's a multi-generational program. They are our primary caregivers, and that's why we're working with them. Because if we can change Granny's mindset through that elephant experience, tomorrow Granny's not going to tell the grandchild an elephant is going to kill you. She will say, yeah, we grew up knowing elephants kill people, but let me tell you about my experience. And it came, and I went under the seat, and I was praying. Grannies, you know, I always say, is it worse to work with children or grannies? But at the end of the day, they are all the same. So yes, we want that indigenous knowledge that the grannies have. Remember, they've been surviving for the longest time. They know when they've got a tummy ache, which tree to use, which parts of the tree to use. We're not saying stop doing that, but can we do it in a more sustainable way? Is what we're trying to get. I'm loud enough.
No, wrap it up.
James.
Yeah.
James.
That's what I was saying.
James. This is a 10-year program, and come on, I'm from South Africa, African time. Okay, see, now you're wasting my time. So it's all about getting to understand all this knowledge that the grannies have, to share it with the children. We sit around the campfire with the grannies, telling the kids stories of how the giraffe, why does a giraffe have a long neck? They're very interesting, and you know, somehow you feel that the story doesn't make sense, but as long as the kids get it, that's all that matters. So we've got the First Bush Babies troop, which is basically the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Girl Guides. that we have introduced to our learners. This has been one of the most success programs that we're having in our programs. Because when we say the program starts at 9, we have kids arriving at 7 a.m. We've got kids taking serious roles, and they learn life skills, because tomorrow we want a child in their household, because they're staying with their grandparents. When granny is choking or granny is about to have a heart attack, what can this child do? And that's when we teach them also life skills, first aid skills that they can incorporate and do. But overall, it's just to become better citizens that speak for the environment, because we also do environmentally focused programs, the outdoor code, water audits. Oh, James. James. We also have our food security program, which is also linked into the Scouts program, Food for Life. They have to learn how to make, you know, the little ones, when you give them the cubs, you give them seeds, and it just does not register that. How did that seed now, after a week later, it's gotten this thing, where did my seed go? You know, so it's just that learning and fun. We have the resource center, where it creates stimulus, safe, comfortable learning and teaching environment. They've got different themes on the wall. We've got Baloo there, and the kids will always be like, oh, that's Bagheera, that's the bad one. We don't want to associate with his lifestyle. But also just to create, we have solar panels where we're utilizing solar energy, and it's just a great learning hub. We have Wi-Fi internet there, so locals can actually come and do their research there. Students can do their research. Parents can apply for different jobs using our facility as the hub. James, this is the second last one. Yeah. We have our village patrol. So the program just started with us going to teach kids at school. But because of how the program, you just encounter a different problem, and we need to come up with a solution for that. It ends up giving birth to these different programs and just having these ripple effects. With our village patrol, what we do is we go out and we identify environmental problems, and some of the problems that we've encountered was the waste. Now, we've spoken with the municipality to say, well, I'm always the advocate. I feel very proud to say, listen, we need to do something about the waste. Can we at least get skip bins? And the skip bins have been provided with the municipality and the mines, so that the people can take their waste and throw it in at a nearby area instead of taking it to the river. And then the municipality would then be able to collect. What we also did was, when the ladies are working in the village identifying environmental problems, they saw that a lot of our indigenous trees were chopped down, obviously for firewood. And then what we did is we partnered with Tusk, and Tusk gave us these stoves at the bottom left, I think, where we distributed 5,005 holes within our villages. They received those stoves. You don't need large chunks of wood to cook a meal. You can just use twigs, and you can pick up the stove and cook indoors with it. It does not emit a lot of smoke. So that reduces the locals chopping down a whole lot of trees, but they can chop down the branches, giving the trees chance to still grow. We also did the solar lamps, which I'm sure are becoming very handy at the moment, because with the floods, no electricity. So, well, also no sunlight, but for a day or two probably helps. So we've distributed those to our communities. And again, when the ladies were walking in the community, they saw that a lot of donkeys, we have donkeys in the villages, which are used to collect water. So the people would walk long distances to collect water, but the harnesses and their carts were not so well, causing injuries onto the donkeys' bodies. So those were also identified, and we got in a vet to come through the Rate Dasnas Horan Fund. So they are the ones that pay for the vet to come treat the donkeys, and they've given us a donation of 60 harnesses. So we don't say, here are harnesses, bring your donkeys. We say, bring your donkey and come and assist in yourself. You must give your donkey your own harness and put it on. But also, the village patrol does not just show the bad of the village, all the negatives. It also shows the beauty of it, because people, when they are on patrol, they're able to spot different tiny wildlife, spiders, butterflies that they can actually share with us to say, oh, well, there is actually a brighter, the light at the end of the tunnel that we get to see. Yeah, James. Also in 2026, what we're working...
All right, wrap it up. We're 12 minutes over. No more. They have done many things. They've been amazing. Off the stage.
If you need more time, see me.
Off the stage, Lloyd. No more. All the questions will be for the other panelists. Thank you, Luane. That was a lovely presentation. All right, last up is our very own Katie Shaw, who's going to talk a lot about the evaluation projects, many of which you've heard reference to already with Vela, with Dixon, with Luane as well. We've been a big part of empowering and supporting a lot of our partners with community-based conservation interpretations. So Katie, a hand for Katie.
Hi, everyone. I will talk quickly since we are now running late for some reason. Yes, thanks all for being here. Outside of this weekend when I am an event planner, I am normally a conservation social scientist here at the Living Desert. And so I have the joy and privilege of working with the previous three speakers and their organizations. And at the Living Desert, we try and support them by helping with the evaluations of their environmental education programs. Evaluations are a really important part of environmental education. It allows us to move past just measuring reach, which is just the number of people you talk to, or the number of students that attended something. There could be 50 students there, but if 48 of them came for a free lunch and didn't listen to you, then that's not the full picture. And so we want to move past reach with evaluations and measure impacts. And so we want to also move past just measuring whether students are able to regurgitate fun facts about a species and see if we're making progress towards our ultimate goal of causing pro-environmental behavior change. And so evaluations let us do that, and we use things like measuring knowledge, attitudes, and behavioral intentions. And those have been found through extensive social science research to be predictors of behavior change. And so one thing that we do at the Living Desert is teaching our building community conservation success workshops. James and I go over to Africa to work with our partners, teach them some of the foundations of social science, since many of our partners have backgrounds in education or biology. And we work with them to co-create these value evaluations and do it in a way that we will get the data that we're actually looking to collect, and we will do it in an unbiased way so we are not influencing how students answer, so that we get the most accurate representation of this data. And so I'll just real quickly go through some experiences and takeaways from our work with these previous three speakers and their organizations. This past June, James and I taught the workshop with the Bush Babies instructors, and then I stayed for a week afterwards to work with them to create evaluations for their Scouts program and their schools program. One of the things that was really great about being able to be there in person and having that amount of time was that we were able to do a pilot test. So we were able to possibly bribe with candy some local kids to come in and go through these surveys that we have created and make sure that, you know, it's not just making sense in our heads. We're very comfortable with this information. Does it make sense to the students that we actually want to collect this information from? And so that was a really valuable process. We were able to identify some questions that maybe weren't the best way to ask things and revise them. And then since then, Luane and her team have taken off and have already sent me hundreds of data points. And so that's continuing to be a process as they work through all their different lessons. With the Wild Nature Institute, we did initial evaluations for their Celebrating Africa's Giants program that Vela mentioned. And we found that through a couple of the survey questions, we were having really great impacts in building empathy. And empathy building is been found, again, in social science research to be a really useful tool for promoting behavior change, especially with kids. And so we were getting responses from students such as they want to live just like me, you know, really like identifying with animals and building that kind of conservation stewardship that we're looking to. And so we worked with the Wild Nature Institute to introduce some additional empathy building techniques into the curriculum, really focus on that, and then created a new set of evaluations to make sure that we are hitting the marks with that goal of building empathy as our tool of behavior change. And then with the Wild Snake Project, this is always an iterative process with environmental education. You know, you get data, you learn from it, and you continue to change. And so with the Wild Snake Project, from our first rounds of evaluations, we found some great successes. We found that they were changing attitudes towards snakes. These kids are jazzed about snakes now. It was awesome to see that shift. There were also some really great changes in behavioral intentions, asking students, would they kill a snake in the wild? Would they kill a snake near their home? And we were able to see some really exciting impacts along those lines. But it was also useful because we were able to identify where we need to maybe retweak what we're doing a little bit. And for some reason, the snake identification piece just wasn't quite sticking. And so students were struggling still to identify, especially snakes that are venomous versus non-venomous, which will usually determine how they then act. And so we're working together to try and find some new ways and some interactive activities to share that information. It's a lot of information to get across in their workshops, but they're doing a great job in teaching so many things and have already had so much success with this program. So with that, I will wrap up and say thank you to all of them for all the great work that you do, and thank you all.
Question. Nobody has addressed the fathers or the grandfathers.
All right, thank you, Katie. So if all of our speakers could come on up, even Luane, although she won't be speaking. We'll take a couple minutes to talk. You know, the challenge is brevity always, you know. When most of us as presenters, we're used to having a bit more than just a few 5 minutes to be able to share, you know, 10 years of work. So it's quite a challenge to be brief. There was that great quote, I think Mark Twain said, "I'm sorry the letter's so long I didn't have time to write you a shorter one." So, you know, hats off to all of our speakers for speaking today, but particularly, so yes, please, all 12 of them. Thank you for everybody. But special hats off to Ramo, who was the only one who stayed within 5 minutes. So thank you, Ramo. Love you like a brother. All right, so we have our 4 awesome speakers here, awesome panelists, talking about the importance of education and the many ways in which that education program can change communities. So some of the interesting things that I thought were echoed across many of these, many of your works were the challenge that you have with making certain that the kids are understanding what you are saying. Right? Some of that is in the evaluation. Some of that is in the direct interactions that you're doing with the kids. But how do you find it most useful to be able to make certain that the kids are getting the information and hearing the perspectives that you're trying to share with them? How do you know that the kids are really going to be long-term engaged in snakes in a positive way, for example, or that they really appreciate giraffe as the national animal of Tanzania? Any thoughts?
Thank you, James. I think the easiest way to measure that is on how they engage on the activity that you gave them. Most of our activities are very fun and very engaging. For you to know that these kids are enjoying or they are learning this, whatever they're doing, you can just see like how they are engaging on that particular activities. For example, my favorite activity that I do, and I understand that those kids are taking in action, is the tree planting activities, like taking the little hands of the kids, especially the very little kids, playing. We all know that kids like playing with the sand, playing with the soil, playing with earth. So we take those kind of activities, and you can just see how those kids are taking initiatives. And as I've said earlier, we do plant native and useful trees like the acacia trees, we plant mangoes, we plant oranges. So when you're doing the preparations and you ask the kids to bring seeds from their home, like when they come tomorrow, you see a bunch or some kilos of the seedling that every kid has brought, that everyone wants to see the tree planted. So that gives me hope, and that gives me courage that this is impact. Whatever I'm doing as far as the tree nursery is concerned is very impactful, and everyone is enjoying and learning that activity. So that's for me.
All right. So actually seeing the changes in their behavior. Okay.
Yes, for my side is we're just starting to do a long-term education so that we'll keep following these kids. Not once, but we do it more than one time. So we'll do it for 3 months, and then we keep following up to see if they have learned and they have kept the information we have taught them. Because learning snake is not, you can't learn in one day. It's not easy like that. So we just keep tracking them to see what the changes they get. That's a big impact we are doing. So we'll keep tracking them. We teach them, and then we give them 3 months, and then we get the same kids again, and then we see how they can remember again.
So yours is a multi-contact kind of?
Multi-contact, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you, Dixon. Briefly.
Okay, so with us, it becomes multi-generational. So we're not just limited to just the children, because we have identified there is a gap there. So we also, like you, we visit the kids for the whole year, once a month. So we are with the kids for a long time, and when they're done with school, they can join our Scouts program, which again is more intense on bush education that they get. So yeah, one other thing that we have identified is that we are the first in the Limpopo region to actually evaluate our lesson plans. So it wasn't an issue of just coming to the classroom teaching the children, but actually coming back with feedback to identify which method worked, which lesson worked, and what were our shortfalls. That is obviously, of course, after Katie and James came through, to actually see, is this lesson worth investing in or not? But those are some of the things that guide us into making sure that we have successes. See? And Katie says I can still continue on her behalf.
Point taken. So thank you all. Actually, Luane, inspired by a lot of what you were talking about too, a lot of the work that we do working with communities is often with women. Women's groups tend to be much more supportive, whether they're grannies or younger, as well as children, right? But that leaves out leaves out basically all adult males, right? So how have you had success with your programs with adult males? Whether they're elders in the community, maybe possibly tribal leaders, parents of the children, anything like that?
Okay, from my side, for that one, it was experience was a challenge because we go in the community in daytime, but mostly you go in the community, you only find the women in the village, and you ask where is the men, they'll tell you the men, they went to work. So you can't get them. So always if you ask for the men to come to teach them, they will ask for payments because they say, yeah, I need to go to work because I can't spend this time here, and at the evening I need to eat. So that was the challenge from my side.
How did you deal with that?
So to deal with that is still we have not found a solution in case we get more funding so that if someone asks if I come, will you give me something to eat at the evening? Then maybe give something to eat in the evening. Then that we can get the men to educate them. But that's still a challenge for us.
Still a challenge. Yeah. Thank you, Dixon.
Yes, for us, we had the very first challenge when we were starting the program. Like we were engaging most with the kids and the youth, and those were easy to find because they're all in schools. But we also had some people who were not in, like the kids who are not in schools. So we started engaging, like conducting like these community events that we conduct in the community playgrounds. Like we can bring up about soccer games, a lot of African like soccer, so in men especially. So that will bring everyone together, all the men around, and we'll organize teams regarding on the villages. And our villages, we pick the villages which are very close to the national park or conserved areas. So with the sports and games, we get a lot of names. But we also have like a different kind of a problem because in the community I live, most of the women are the ones who are very busy, like taking care of the families and things like that. So we had like a kind of a gender imbalance when it comes to those activities because the females, the women were very busy taking care of the families. So we came up with another program that on our event, we have like a full meal, like a lunch for everyone who participate on those events. So we get to see the kids, we get to see their parents, like their mother, and we get to see their fathers. And we also have games for all the genders, that the women will play this, and the males will play this, and the kids will play this, and everyone that we get to see and we get to participate with all the community at once. Yeah, that's how we deal with that. One more thing. When we started the program also, we started the program about 15 years ago. We were very inspired with the youth, especially boys that are going to the college to do some wildlife courses. And it was a little bit different for women, for the girls who were graduating or they are finishing our program, which we are very inspired, but we found a gap, like most of the boys were going to do exactly that, and they'll meet us and tell us, like, we're inspired with whatever, you took us to Tarangire, you took us to this national park, and now we are doing our wildlife courses. But for ladies, it was a little bit different. So we came up with another plan of, we are aiming on helping the girls who are passionate, who are engaged to these activities like wildlife, and we are now aiming to support them so that we can have that balance. Thank you.
I wanted to remain quiet, but he gave me the mic. So with us, we have that problem, and we sometimes just turn a blind eye on it because in Africa, South Africa to be precise, fathers are absent, and whether the success of the children, fathers are just absent. We just know they're there for the reproduction, and that's the last time you'll see them. So that happens most of the time. You go to a household, the father is not there. But on weekends, of course, they're at the soccer field having fun, soccer, alcohol, and we try not to, we try to do the soccer initiative with the fathers as well. But because of the socials, there's alcohol and what, we try not to give kids that exposure. But funny enough, with our Scouts program, the boys are the most that are remaining on the program, especially when they get to the adolescent stage, whereby we have a lot of girls dropping out instead of the boys. Sorry? Not really, but it's just the adolescent stage, and they see that boy, I like the boy, and then they now, because we don't allow the kids to date in Scouting. So then the girls are going like, whatever, and then the boys, obviously we've seen many of our boys that we started with them as little cubs have grown into Scouting, and they're still there, and they're on the program.
All right. Thank you. All right, and maybe a last question for everyone. Several of you mentioned empathy and trying to build empathy and connections between the kids or the participants, grannies too, and the animals, whether it was elephants, snakes, giraffe, or whomever. How do you find it easiest to build empathy for the animals among the people that you're working with? What is the best tool? Is it talking about the value of the animals, the cultural connection, the personal, humanizing them and story? What is the best tool that you find for building empathy among your audience, for your animals?
For my side, I think I will say the people, they were lacking of knowledge about this snake, especially snake. I will say first, snake is mentioned in the religions, like snake is evil, and that thing is stick in many people's minds. So they are lacking that knowledge. They already set their mind, this is what we know, but they're missing this. So what I know about snake, I think it will make a difference as I educate them. But I think knowledge is lacking a lot in the communities.
Yeah, all right.
For the Bush Babies program, it's what the zoo is doing currently. You guys are leading by example. And for the locals to go back home and protect the environment, they get to experience that firsthand here at the zoo and seeing how you guys are recycling, reusing stuff. I like that. So it's basically understanding the concept of charity begins at home. If I don't love it, how do I expect you to love it? But it's just sharing that mentality of, if I come to a classroom and I say, oh, that elephant, but when I go like, oh, that elephant, even if you've never seen an elephant, just because I closed my eyes and you start imagining it. So just being the leader, leading by example, being there, yeah, they can draw from that.
Right.
Yes, for me, empathy, I would say it's something which is really hard to maybe plant or to put in someone's mind. But for us, we are trying very hard to make sure every kid is just growing up, knowing the importance of each individual species on the world. We have a activity that is called Just Like Me. Elephant needs water. Everyone say, just like me.
Just like me.
Elephant need to live.
Just like me.
Elephant needs place to live. They need habitat.
Just like me.
Yes, that's what we are doing, that teaching them every individual species is important, and they need to live just like us. They need space, they need water, they need food, they need whatever they want, just like how we want it. So that's how we do that.
And then for one last response from Katie, how in your experience, because we also do some things with wildlife trafficking countering here, but also you're working with all of them on their evaluations, what do you find is the most useful tool or tools for building empathy?
Yeah, I mean, there's a variety of tools in that toolbox. I think Vila made a great example with that one of some of the relating to animals. You can involve different perspective taking activities, understanding the different ways that they're impacted. So when Dixon mentioned knowledge, that can be a key part. But we're not looking for knowledge of the goal isn't to have students recite, the giraffe has the same number of neck bones as me, right? We're looking for things like, we found in evaluations that a lot of students thought the giraffe population was declining because of lions. And so Vela was able to help work with students and help them understand that humans and their activities are actually the top threat, but also explain that there's things that they can do to help giraffes. And so knowledge can be an important tool and way to empower and again, just using a variety of tools in the toolbox to build empathy and let these students know what they can do to become environmental stewards.
So along the same lines, we encourage all of you to go get that giraffe spit on your hand to build that empathy and that connection with the animals. That's how you can do it here at the Living Desert. So a hand for our 4 final speakers. Okay, so now is lunchtime, the highlight of the day in many people's minds. Our lunch is over in Palm Gardens again, which is the same place where the film festival was last night. If you go out this door, take a left, or take a left, take a right, and then take the first right into the Palm Gardens. You'll see the people on the tables in there. If you don't know, follow somebody who knows. And we'll convene over there for lunch. Thanks, everybody.
Business card handy?
I do.
there were many rhinos here. But nowadays, rhinos vanished. There are no longer any rhinos around.
I remember the meeting I had here, it took us about 4 hours to convince the people to see what we are talking about, the benefit that they will get from the rhinos.
Everyone in the community, the village and school, around the place, everyone is excited about the rhino coming here.
They say it's a good thing to have rhino because they will bring us a lot of people who want to see it.
Some of the monies will go towards helping the community, and basically we'll be focusing on buying some medicine for the clinic and the other things, and we develop our area. So we're quite happy to see the Rhino project getting success.
Kenya is home to some of the most beautiful and remote places in the world. In many of these areas, people still live traditional lifestyles. They are herding livestock, they're farming, and they're collecting water from rivers and streams. These communities live close to nature and are surrounded by wildlife, including snakes. In Kenya, snakes are a part of daily life. People see them in their farms and around their homes. But despite living so close to them, snakes are among the most feared animals. Species like the puff-adder are some of the most encountered species, and they can be dangerous. But not all snakes are dangerous, and there are also many harmless snakes, such as the Kenya sand boa and sand snakes. Unfortunately, most people cannot tell the difference, and fear often leads to snakes being killed or people getting bitten. At the Wild Snake Project, we help people live in harmony with snakes. We work with people in remote communities to teach them about the importance of snakes, how to identify them, what to do when encountering one, and snakebite first aid. We also try to convince people that going to the hospital for antivenom is the only real solution in the case of a venomous snakebite. Sadly, myths about snakes and snakebite treatment are still very common, and this remains a challenge. Education is key for both adults and children. We teach children about snakes in a fun and interactive way. Our education book is one of the children's favorites. It is full of colorful pictures, games, and activities that make learning exciting. We joined the education camps of Eden Thriving, where they take children out of the classroom and into the forest. Children learn about trees, water, air, and of course, snakes. It's a powerful way for children to connect with nature and experience the beauty of snakes in a safe way. We also partner with the Wild Nature Institute, and together we educate children in northern Tanzania about snakes. We give the children pre- and post-surveys to measure impact and to see how much children and communities learn and how their attitudes change. Through awareness and understanding, we're helping people live safely alongside snakes and protect these amazing animals for future generations. Some of the communities we work in are home to a very special snake, the Kenya horned viper. This is a rare and venomous snake found only in Kenya. And to better understand its population, habitat, and the threats it faces, we monitor its population. Although these snakes are secretive, small, and rarely seen, many local people still consider them a threat and would kill them when spotted. Through a combination of research, education, and by engaging local communities, we aim to empower communities to safely coexist with snakes and protect both people and snakes.
The giraffe is an African icon, recognized and loved by people all over the world. But wild giraffes are in trouble. Their natural savanna habitat is being lost as it is converted into farms and houses, and the trees they need for food are being chopped down for fuel. They're also being hunted illegally for their meat.
The giraffe is the national animal of Tanzania, so we at the Wild Nature Institute and our partners are waging a Giraffe National Pride campaign to raise awareness and organize community efforts for giraffes and natural resource conservation here in Tanzania.
As part of our Giraffe Pride campaign, we created giraffe-themed educational materials for Tanzanian school children. These materials use giraffe to teach science, math, reading, geography, even language. They also facilitate discussions about the issues people and wildlife are facing and how people can get organized to help themselves and wildlife to thrive. This is an illustrated activity book for little kids written in Swahili. It uses giraffe and other African wildlife as characters to teach reading, vocabulary, counting, and other skills. This is a beautiful poster. It's for older children and adults, and it describes the amazing anatomy and behavior of giraffes. And this is Juma the giraffe, a storybook about a young giraffe who discovers that every individual is unique, and he also learns how giraffes are special in the animal kingdom. We're distributing these books and posters to thousands of Tanzanian school children, and we're also hosting teachers' workshops to share primary and secondary school lesson plans and hands-on activities that we developed to accompany these materials.
This workshop is important because it brings together teachers to kind of come together and see what research has done and how they can best use their research findings to educate children so that they can, in the first place, love the environment, but then conserve the environment and the wildlife.
The students actually will enjoy more and they will learn a lot through pictures to help them on how to keep our animals, particularly the giraffe, and how important it is.
Our books and posters are teaching ecological and social lessons, reinforcing Tanzania's national pride in their magnificent wildlife. and creating fun resources for children to learn about the natural world. Our goal is to inspire the next generation of Tanzanian conservationists who will ensure a green future for themselves and for giraffes.
За сайн бацхан уу. Намайг Oyunbat-ийн Rentsen гэдэг. Би их нартын байгалийн нөөц газарт ажиллаад 13 дахь жилийн болж байна. Тэгж болохоор би яг голчлон жижиг хөхтөн амьтын судалгаан дээр жижиг хөхтөн амьтын их нартын байгалийн нөөцөж би бакалавр магистрийн зэрэгээ хамгаалсан байгаа. Байгалийн нөөц газарт Mongolia Conservación гэдэг төрийн бус байгууллагын гүйцэтгэх захирлээдэг. Маа төрийн бус байгууллага нь ямар үйл ажиллагаа явуулдаг вэ гэхээр энэ чинь судалгаа, шинжилгээ, цаашлаад хамгааллын үйл ажиллагаанд бас оролцож явдаг байгаа. За энэ нүдээд энэ нутгийн иргэдтэй ажиллах, олон нийтэд сургуультай, сургуулийн хүүхдүүдтэй ажиллах үйл ажиллагаа гэдэг байгаа. Төрийн бус болохоор хаанаас санхүүжилттэй вэ гэхээр Living Zoo Garden гэдэг байгууллагаас санхүүжилттэй. Энэ байгууллагаас бид судалгаа, шинжилгээ, зарим нэг байгаль хамгаалагчдын мөнгөний энэ нөхөрлөл бүлэг сургуулийн хүүхдүүдтэй ажиллах санхүүжилтийг тэндээс авдаг байгаа. Нартын байгалийн нөөц газар нь ямар ач холбогдолтой чухал газар вэ гэхээр Монгол төдийгүй дэлхийд хаварцсан аргал янгэр энэ газар нутагт байдаг. Нөгөө талынх нь онцлог нь болохоор энэ газар нутаг нь болохоор говь хээрийн яг зааг нутаг дээр оршдог. Говьдч бай, хээрдч бай амьдардаг амьтад яг энэ дээр яг давхцдаг байгаа. За бидний ер нь бол цаашдын гол зорилго нь юу вэ гэдэг юм бол ер нь бид нэр цаашаа энэ газар нутгийг яг энэ унган дөрхөөр нь яг байгалийн нэгээр авч үлдэх нь хамгийн чухал байгаа. За тэр дээр нэмдээ нүүдэл шилжилт хөдөлгөөний судалснараа бид нэр энэ тусгай хамгаалалтын газар нутгийн хөлийн заагийг томруулах, хамгаалтанд арай жоохон том болгож авах бид нар зорилготой байгаа.
This is a crucial time to protect this river. So long time ago, which I'm talking about 1999, we did a long trip around all the area in Madre de Dios. We went several places. And this place, it was primary forest, it was not so many people, and I traveled 3.5 a day from Puerto Maldonado in a peke boat, small boat, and I feel I went very deep in the forest, and I thought this is a good place to show how the forest looks when it's well preserved. Around this area is the only river which has primary forest, has uncontacted people, and has very few communities alone. That's why it's important. Comparing around the other river, it's all deforested because mining, because so many agriculture activity, and it's cattle ranches. So when you talk about road, but they don't know, the implication and consequences the road has. It was forest all around this road, but now it's deforested. And Las Piedras, the river, is still intact, I would say. Jungle Keeper is unique and very special because the guys who is leading and working every day on ground is local people, and we see this area dreaming for not only for next 3 years, we are dreaming to see all these places preserved for like all our generation and come past to other generation as well. We are not going to take this forest for us. We are going to leave for the other generation and give it to the local communities, local organizations. They can use this area and educate the rest of the other people around the world.
Más personas para que sean parte de este proyecto, y por eso nosotros tenemos diferentes programas como guardabosques y educación ambiental, cocinando y conservando. para poder involucrar a las personas locales que sean parte de este proyecto y ellos puedan ser líderes en el futuro para la conservación de nuestros bosques. Si nosotros no protegemos en la actualidad todo lo que nosotros tenemos ahora, vamos a perder en poco tiempo. Tenemos ecosistema, tenemos animales, tenemos nuestras comunidades, tenemos nuestros hijos. Entonces tenemos que seguir trabajando con más fuerza para proteger en realidad esta Amazonía que nosotros tenemos en la actualidad. Entonces estamos trabajando muy duro por la conservación de estos bosques porque son ecosistemas muy importantes para el mundo.
This is the start of a paradigm shift in conservation. What was once a story of degradation and loss and tragedy is becoming one of hope. To date, we've lost almost 20% of the Amazon rainforest, and in the sacred headwaters, where the stakes are highest, indigenous leaders are joining international experts, and they've found a way to rewrite the narrative, to empower local communities, to protect ancient forests, to save endangered species. Because donors large and small across the globe are now connected to the cutting edge. Work happening on the ground. Jungle Keepers is now protecting almost 100,000 acres of primary forest. This is packed with biodiversity, undiscovered medicines, and some of the most climate-crucial habitat on Earth. This is the front line in the fight to save endangered species, to stabilize the climate, and to create a brighter future for all creatures, great and small. It's a race against time, but there is still hope.
elephants have been killed for their horns in the Kruger National Park.
Kruger National Park has borne the brunt of rhino poaching.
Its horn is now worth more than cocaine.
In the heart of South Africa's wild frontier, where poachers once ruled the shadows, a new kind of anti-poaching unit walks the land. They have no guns, yet walk like warriors. The Black Mambas, the world's first all-female, unarmed anti-poaching unit. Founded in 2013 in Oliphant's West Nature Reserve, these women are more than protectors of wildlife. They are a movement.
How tall are you? 100. So previously we used to remove plus or minus 70 snares per day because there was no rangers here, there was no mambas here. So people are staying here more than a month, make some camps here. If they can track, they see the tracks of rhinos. They call someone who send them to get meat, like, hey, I see the tracks of rhinos here. Make plan, give me a big gun so that I can take it down. So we try our best to put boots in the ground to show them that we're available here. As now you see we are sweeping, later on we are shining, and it's helping us a lot because we don't carry any guns. People are asking themselves why Mambas are not carrying the guns. We are not here to fight, we are here to prevent, to stop.
South direction of Echo 1-2, Echo 1-2, nothing to report.
It's a rhino. Yeah.
A rhino, yeah.
It's
with 3 toes.
Yes, it's a rhino.
Heading off in this direction.
Yeah, it's a rhino. And it's still fresh because in the sand.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So we might come across it.
Maybe.
Yeah, you can see how the outside is getting hard.
Yeah.
As the sun sets over the savannah, the rhythm of the bush shifts. The birds quiet, the shadows stretch, and the Black Mambas prepare for the most crucial hours of their day. When the poachers believe no one is watching, but someone always is.
Kites. So other members will be shining the spotlight on the fence line, checking if maybe the poachers didn't try to get inside our reserve and try to poach. So we're making sure that those people who are busy on the road, they know that the members are here. They are patrolling this fence line. It's not easy for them to get inside and do poaching. So we're putting our boots on the ground. Said that they're waiting for someone to come and assist them, but they're not sure if he or she's coming to assist them.
The vehicle's broken down.
Yeah, they said that it's overeating and also an injured problem.
Okay. So you have to see it through in case that's not the truth, right?
Yes.
The Black Mambas work tirelessly through the night, using radios, patrols, and tracking technology to stay one step ahead of the poachers in the dark. But this isn't just about stopping snares or chasing shadows. It's about protecting the future of South Africa's natural heritage. Since their formation, the Black Mambas have removed thousands of snares, reducing poaching incidents, and inspired a new generation of conservationists, all without carrying a single weapon. Their strength is not just in presence, it's in purpose.
My family used to ask, like, are you going to make it? I say, yes. I'm going to take care of the animals as you, mother, taking care of me here at home. So grateful to see our animals alive because of us. We're proud of it as the ladies, and I'm proud of it to being members. We are not here to fight. We are here to prevent, to stop.
By land, by air, and by heart. This is conservation in action.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lovich. From my earliest childhood memories, I've been fascinated by turtles. These amazing animals have existed virtually unchanged for 220 million years, outliving the dinosaurs. As a lineage, turtles were already 155 million years old when the dinosaurs became extinct. They're also the only animal that has ever lived to have their hips and shoulders inside their rib cage. If we knew them only from fossils, we would be amazed. I've been privileged to study and talk about turtles all over the world for my career, and I continue to do so even in retirement. Unfortunately, turtles are disappearing at an alarming rate. Of the 364 species currently recognized worldwide, over half are threatened with extinction according to the IUCN Red List. The United States has more species than any other country at 59, but many of them are in trouble as well. California has only 3 non-marine species, including the desert tortoise and 2 species of western pond turtles. These species have been a major focus of my research. I arrived in the California desert in 1991 to take a job with the Bureau of Land Management in Riverside as part of a desert tortoise research group. I had just completed my PhD in ecology at the University of Georgia, studying turtles in the eastern United States. I was hired because of my research experience with turtles, at that time a relatively poorly studied group of animals. The desert tortoise had just been listed under the Endangered Species Act as threatened, and BLM needed to know how to manage for their recovery. While some might have predicted that I would be a fish out of water in the Mojave, I fell in love with the desert and its turtles. I eventually ended up in the U.S. Geological Survey and retired from the USGS in December of 2024 after 30 years of service. Currently, I'm a private citizen with an adjunct appointment in biological sciences at Northern Arizona University, so all views are my own. As the lead wildlife biologist for the BLM Palm Springs office, I was introduced to a tortoise population in a nearby wind energy facility in 1992, and that started my long-term research studies on tortoises in the Coachella Valley and Joshua Tree National Park, now running for 30 years. I've conducted research on virtually every aspect of their biology and ecology in the Coachella Valley and elsewhere, especially as it relates to reproduction, demography, fire ecology, climate change, genetics, and the effects of renewable energy development and operation on tortoises and other animals. My interactions with the good folks at the Living Desert started because of my research on an isolated population of southwestern pond turtles in the Mojave River. At the time, they were one of several species in a program that the Living Desert supported. Mojave River pond turtles are Pleistocene relics marooned in a hostile environment that was once much wetter, and there's only one sizable population left. We have about 60 individuals marked in that population, and the Living Desert is a valued partner in the effort to restore the species to places where it no longer exists in self-sustaining populations. My interest in renewable energy and wildlife was piqued in 2009 when I became aware of efforts to open millions of acres of public land in the desert Southwest for solar energy development. This slide shows the enormity of these projects that affect massive areas of tortoise and other wildlife habitats. Tortoises are keystone species by virtue of their ecological engineering of burrow networks that provide shelter for a multitude of other species, many of which cannot dig burrows on their own. Here's some examples. Here's a sequence of quick firing shots of a burrowing owl trying to co-opt a desert tortoise burrow, but the desert tortoise will have none of it and it just goes on inside its own burrow. Snakes can't dig either, and so snakes like this harmless coach whip snake also use burrows as thermal refuges, showing again the value that tortoises have for other species. This gray fox is checking out a tortoise burrow, maybe hoping for a little mouse to come out of there, and his buddy, the spotted skunk, lives there, so he goes back home with the tortoise, and the two live side by side. This bobcat's probably popping by this burrow hoping that there's a wood rat nest inside it, which many of them harbor, and finds a sleeping tortoise there and leaves it alone and wanders off on its own. That's a quick overview of my research interests. My conservation to desert conservation has been to consistently publish the results of my research and make it available to resource managers and the public through events like this one. I hope it's been useful because turtles and other wildlife in California need our help in a rapidly changing world. Thank you for your attention.
My name is Susan Sorrells, and I'm the president of Friends of the Amargosa Basin and the owner and operator of Shoshone Village. I'm fourth generation in Shoshone, and my story is one of a desert journey. I am a child of the desert, although I left for many years in my teens and 20s to explore the world. When I returned home, it became clear that my home and my heart were under siege. I was very fortunate as a child to spend countless hours with Timbisha, Shoshone, and Bayou elders, and I learned from them at an early age how to live in a way that honored the land, as well as becoming very aware that we all are an integral part of this unique landscape. Because of my deep love and respect for this landscape called the Amargosa, I worked with environmental, government, tribal, and community groups for untold years to protect these sacred, visually magnificent, scientifically important desert lands, and to protect the Amargosa River, its life source. Amargosa country is one of the very few deserts where a river runs through it, and this constant water source has created a stunningly beautiful, unique, yet fragile ecosystem. Without the Amargosa's water, the life-giving wetlands and the communities that have sprung up along its banks over the decades would disappear. After many years of struggle, and after achieving many successes, it became obvious that the only way to protect the special landscape for future generations was to change a hodgepodge of different designations to that of a monument, a status that has the mandate to protect and steward national treasures for all to enjoy. As a way of achieving this monument status, diverse groups came together to create the Friends of the Amargosa Basin, a nonprofit with the primary purpose of creating a monument. As a monument, it finally would be possible to shift from a land management directive of extraction to one of stewardship, protection, and enjoyment. Please join us in saving these lands.
there were many rhinos here. But nowadays, rhinos vanished. There are no longer any rhinos around.
I remember the meeting I had here, it took us about 4 hours to convince the people to see what we are talking about, the benefit that they will get from the rhinos.
Everyone in the community, the village, at school, around the place, everyone is excited about the rhino coming here.
They say it's a good thing to have rhino because they will bring us a lot of people who want to see it.
Some of the monies will go towards helping the community, and they basically will be focusing and buying some medicine for the clinic and the other things that will develop our area. So we're quite happy to see the Rhino project getting success.
Kenya is home to some of the most beautiful and remote places in the world. In many of these areas, people still live traditional lifestyles. They are herding livestock, they're farming, and they're collecting water from rivers and streams. These communities live close to nature and are surrounded by wildlife, including snakes. In Kenya, snakes are a part of daily life. People see them in their farms and around their homes. But despite living so close to them, snakes are among the most feared animals. Species like the puff adder are some of the most encountered species, and they can be dangerous. But not all snakes are dangerous, and there are also many harmless snakes, such as the Kenya sand boa and sand snakes. Unfortunately, most people cannot tell the difference, and fear often leads to snakes being killed or people getting bitten. At the Wild Snake Project, we help people live in harmony with snakes. We work with people in remote communities to teach them about the importance of snakes, how to identify them, what to do when encountering one, and snakebite first aid. We also try to convince people that going to the hospital for antivenom is the only real solution in the case of a venomous snakebite. Sadly, myths about snakes and snakebite treatment are still very common, and this remains a challenge. Education is key for both adults and children. We teach children about snakes in a fun and interactive way. Our education book is one of the children's favorites. It is full of colorful pictures, games, and activities that make learning exciting. We joined the education camps of Eden Thriving, where they take children out of the classroom and into the forest. Children learn about trees, water, air, and of course, snakes. It's a powerful way for children to connect with nature and experience the beauty of snakes in a safe way. We also partner with the Wild Nature Institute, and together we educate children in northern Tanzania about snakes. We give the children pre- and post-surveys to measure impact and to see how much children and communities learn and how their attitudes change. Through awareness and understanding, we're helping people live safely alongside snakes and protect these amazing animals for future generations. Some of the communities we work in are home to a very special snake, the Kenya horned viper. This is a rare and venomous snake found only in Kenya. And to better understand its population, habitat, and the threats it faces, we monitor its population. Although these snakes are secretive, small, and rarely seen, many local people still consider them a threat and would kill them when spotted. Through a combination of research, education, and by engaging local communities, we aim to empower communities to safely coexist with snakes and protect both people and snakes.
The giraffe is an African icon, recognized and loved by people all over the world. But wild giraffes are in trouble. Their natural savanna habitat is being lost as it is converted into farms and houses, and the trees they need for food are being chopped down for fuel. They're also being hunted illegally for their meat.
The giraffe is the national animal of Tanzania, so we at the Wild Nature Institute and our partners are waging a Giraffe National Pride campaign to raise awareness and organize community efforts for giraffes and natural resource conservation here in Tanzania.
As part of our Giraffe Pride campaign, we created giraffe-themed educational materials for Tanzanian school children. These materials use giraffe to teach science, math, reading, geography, even language. They also facilitate discussions about the issues people and wildlife are facing and how people can get organized to help themselves and wildlife to thrive. This is an illustrated activity book for little kids written in Swahili. It uses giraffe and other African wildlife as characters to teach reading, vocabulary, counting, and other skills. This is a beautiful poster. It's for older children and adults, and it describes the amazing anatomy and behavior of giraffes. And this is Juma the giraffe, a storybook about a young giraffe who discovers that every individual is unique, and he also learns how giraffes are special in the animal kingdom. We're distributing these books and posters to thousands of Tanzanian school children, and we're also hosting teachers' workshops to share primary and secondary school lesson plans and hands-on activities that we developed to accompany these materials.
This workshop is important because it brings together teachers to kind of come together and see what research has done and how they can best use their research findings to educate children so that they can, in the first place, love the environment, but then conserve the environment and the wildlife.
The students actually will enjoy more and they will learn a lot through pictures to help them on how to keep our animals, particularly the giraffe, and how important it is.
Our books and posters are teaching ecological and social lessons, reinforcing Tanzania's national pride in their magnificent wildlife. and creating fun resources for children to learn about the natural world. Our goal is to inspire the next generation of Tanzanian conservationists who will ensure a green future for themselves and for giraffes.
За сайн бацхан уу. Намайг Oyunbat-ийн Rentsen гэдэг. Би их нартын байгалийн нөөц газарт ажиллаад 13 дахь жилийн болж байна. Тэмцээ болохоор би яг голчлон жижиг хөхтөн амьтын судалгаан дээр жижиг хөхтөн амьтын их нартын байгалийн нөөц гэж би бакалавр магистрийн зэрэгээ хамгаалсан байгаа. Байгалийн нууц газарт Mongolia Conservación гэдэг төрийн бус байгууллагын гүйцэтгэх захирлээдэг. Маа төрийн бус байгууллагын ямар үйл ажиллагаа явуулдаг вэ гэхээр энэ чинь судалгаа, шинжилгээ, цаашлаад хамгааллын үйл ажиллагаанд бас оролцож явдаг байгаа. За энэ дээр нүдээд энэ нутгийн иргэдтэй ажиллах, олон нийтэд сургуультай, сургуулийн хүүхдүүдтэй ажиллах үйл ажиллагаа гэдэг байгаа. Төрийн бус болохоор хаанаас санхүүжилттэй вэ гэхээр Living Desert Zoo Garden гэдэг байгууллагаас санхүүжилттэй. Энэ байгууллагаас бид судалгаа, шинжилгээ, зарим нэг байгаль хамгаалагчдын мөнгө энэ нөхөрлөл бүлэг сургуулийн хүүхдүүдтэй ажиллах санхүүжилтийг тэндээс авдаг байгаа. Их нартын байгалийн нөөц газар нь ямар ач холбогдолтой чухал газар вэ гэхээр Монгол төдийгүй дэлхийд хаварцсан аргал янгир энэ газар нутагт байдаг. Нөгөө талынх нь онцлог нь болохоор энэ газар нутаг нь болохоор говь хээрийн яг зааг нутаг дээр оршдог. Говьдч бай, хээрдч бай амьдардаг амьтад яг энэ дээр яг давхцдаг байгаа. За бидний ер нь бол цаашдын гол зорилго нь юу вэ гэх юм бол ер нь бид нэр цаашаа энэ газар нутгийг яг энэ унганд өрхөөр нь яг байгалийн нэгээр авч үлдэх нь хамгийн чухал байгаа. За тэр дээр нүүдэл шилжилт хөдөлгөөний судалснараа бид нэрийн тусгай хамгаалалттай газар нутгийн хөлийн заагийг томруулах, хамгаалтанд арай жоохон том болгож авах бид нар зорилготой байгаа.
This is a crucial time to protect this river. So long time ago, which I'm talking about 1999, we did a long trip around all the area in Madre de Dios. We went several places. And this place, it was primary forest, it was not so many people, and I traveled 3.5 a day from Puerto Maldonado in a peke boat, small boat, and I feel I went very deep in the forest, and I thought this is a good place to show how the forest looks when it's well preserved. Around this area is the only river which has primary forest, has uncontacted people, and has very few communities alone. That's why it's important. Comparing around the other river, it's all deforested because mining, because so many agriculture activity, and it's cattle ranches. So when you talk about road, but they don't know, the implication and consequences the road has. It was forest all around this road, but now it's deforested. And Las Piedras, this river, is still intact, I would say. Jungle Keeper is unique and very special because the guys who's leading and working every day on ground is local people, and we see this area dreaming for not only for next 3 years. We are dreaming to see all these places preserved for like all our generation and come pass to other generations as well. We are not going to take this forest for us. We are going to leave for the other generation and give it to the local communities, local organizations. They can use this area and educate the rest of the other people around the world.
Más personas para que sean parte de este proyecto, y por eso nosotros tenemos diferentes programas como guardabosques y educación ambiental, cocinando y conservando. para poder involucrar a las personas locales que sean parte de este proyecto y ellos puedan ser líderes en el futuro para la conservación de nuestros bosques. Si nosotros no protegemos en la actualidad todo lo que nosotros tenemos ahora, vamos a perder en poco tiempo. Tenemos ecosistema, tenemos animales, tenemos nuestras comunidades, tenemos nuestros hijos. Entonces tenemos que seguir trabajando con más fuerza para proteger en realidad esta Amazonía que nosotros tenemos en la actualidad. Entonces estamos trabajando muy duro por la conservación de estos bosques porque son ecosistemas muy importantes para el mundo.
This is the start of a paradigm shift in conservation. What was once a story of degradation and loss and tragedy is becoming one of hope. To date, we've lost almost 20% of the Amazon rainforest, and in the sacred headwaters, where the stakes are highest, indigenous leaders are joining international experts, and they've found a way to rewrite the narrative, to empower local communities, to protect ancient forests, to save endangered species. Because donors large and small across the globe are now connected to the cutting edge. Work happening on the ground. Jungle Keepers is now protecting almost 100,000 acres of primary forest. This is packed with biodiversity, undiscovered medicines, and some of the most climate-crucial habitat on Earth. This is the front line in the fight to save endangered species, to stabilize the climate, and to create a brighter future for all creatures, great and small. It's a race against time, but there is still hope. To a 1,000-year-old tree, a human lifespan is
All right, everyone. Hello. Welcome back. Hopefully you're nice and full, refueled, recaffeinated maybe with Pepsi or whatever you got, and ready for our closing events on this Saturday day. We'll get started with our speaker, Paul Rosolie, in just a moment, but a few housekeeping things that I am to ask or to remind you of. So if anyone is leaving today and you're not coming back tomorrow after the tabling, which happens immediately after Paul's talk, everyone have their cash at hand. To be able to support our partners, buy things, give donations, whatever it is that you want to do. That's at 4 to 5. But Paul will speak, and then that will the tabling will happen until 5. If you, for whatever reason, aren't coming back tomorrow for any of the tours, we reuse and recycle the badges. There's a white cardboard box just outside the door there. You can drop them in there or leave it at the table on your way out. If you are coming back tomorrow, and we do hope you will, there are a whole raft of tours that are available on the back of your ID card, and these are all accurate times and accurate locations. So go by the schedule that's on here. If it's too small a font, which it is, you can take a picture of it with your photo and zoom in, and that's an easy way to be able to see things. No, you can just show up. Yeah, the only exception to that is if you are a member and your card says member or something on it, that's what I understand. At 8 o'clock, there's a special members-only event in here because we didn't hear enough interactions with Luane and Tom, our two biggest time offenders. You're going to have a special event just with them to talk a little bit about the Mammals. If you didn't get enough today, there's an opportunity tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. So if you're a member, please make certain to come back. If you want to come back in the morning and have had enough of discussions, you can go in the main entrance. If you're coming back for the member event, that's in here. So again, come in through Chase. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's happening. All the events are happening on grounds. Please come in. It's a great thing. We're going to share with you many stories of our conservation programs, of our animal care quality, of our education and outreach programs, and of our gardens. So we've got a whole bunch of a fun slate of activities for tomorrow. It's really grand. And I think that's all of my announcements, if I understand correctly. So last thing for me to do for the moment is to introduce our awesome speaker. So Paul Rosolie is the founder and current lead of Jungle Keepers, which is working to conserve over 100,000 acres in the Peruvian Amazon. He will share some video footage of his work today. You saw some of it last night. Everyone has a copy of the book, I hope. And Paul will be available for signing later on, is that right? Yeah. Paul will be available at a table to be able to sign some more books for folks who weren't able to do so last night at the event. Paul is an incredibly inspirational speaker, very insightful and passionate community-based conservationist working with local people in Peru, the tribal communities in Peru, local people who are non-tribal in Peru to conserve and protect this amazing landscape. You've seen some of the videos yesterday. You'll see many more pictures today, and you'll be amazingly inspired by Paul. Paul Rosolie.
Testing. Does this sound? Am I coming through on the mic? Yes? Am I loud enough? Okay. First of all, I want to give a big thank you to James, because a lot of you probably don't know this, but 20 years ago when I was a student and I wanted to get involved in conservation, when everything was still ahead of me and it was my dream, I went to a study abroad program at the age of 19 in Brazil, where James Danoff-Burg was the professor, and completely blew the top of my cranium off, because up until that point, as a dyslexic kid who's not good at school, I found myself in these classes where we were in the field, so he would illustrate everything about the ecosystem, and then we would go out and practice the things that we'd learned about. This man was one of the best, actually the best educator I ever experienced, and now seeing what he's done here at the zoo is just absolutely amazing. He's the reason I'm here today. He was one of the people that inspired me to become a conservationist, so please give him a big round of applause first, please. The man is the GOAT. Now there's a lot that we're going to try and cover today, and I'm not usually speaking to rooms of people that are already sort of on the inside. So I usually start with civilians, people that are scared of animals. And so the first thing they want to see is the giant anacondas, but for you guys, we're going to get to that in a second. You all will appreciate the things that I care about. For instance, in the Amazon I live outdoors more than I live in. I've slept more nights outdoors in my life than I have indoors, because we're just out at the field station. There's roofs and no walls. Now, you shower in the river when you're in the Amazon rainforest. We're hours and hours from civilization. And one day I was coming back from the river, and I see this deranged, sick-looking little vulture on the ground, and I threw a towel over it, and I picked it up, and it looked like this, and you see that it has this, it's missing feathers, and it's got these horrible foreign bodies in its skin, and it was a baby toucan that had fallen out of the tree. And so I took it up to the research station, and I called a vet who deals with animal rehabilitation, and I said to her, Magali, I said, what do I do with this animal? And she was saying it's probably not going to make it. She said, the only thing you can do is try and give it a bath. It was covered in all these tiny little mites and parasites. It had these huge botflies that were dried up. I think because the bird was so close to dying, even the parasites had died. And so we gave the bird a bath. We removed the botflies, which left these big holes. I mean, it's like having, a piece of bread shoved in your skin. I couldn't imagine the pain he was in. And then I left him on a perch, and I went to bed, and I said, he's probably going to be dead in the morning. I've had this happen so many times. When you rescue animals, whether it's a baby squirrel or a bird, a lot of times they don't make it. Well, the next morning, I woke up, and Lucas had established himself as a family member, and this little bird that looked like it was going to die I was about to start dancing. This little bird, you're so lucky. This little bird that looked like it was going to die decided it was going to live. And he started hopping around the research station. Now, he couldn't fly because he didn't have any feathers, but he could peck at our ankles. And so he was pecking at our ankles and demanding food. And so we started crushing up papaya and mango, and then we started crushing up butterflies and crickets, and we would just put this right into his mouth, and he would just suck it down. Now, as he grew, he would sit on my shoulder. Every morning when I woke up, he'd be bothering my staff, chomping at their ankles. And then little by little, the feathers started to come. That blue that you see around the head, that blue became deeper and deeper until it was cerulean, and the feathers began coming back. And then as the feathers began coming back, I started taking them on my finger, and I would do this with him. I would just run around with Lucas, and he would just flap his wings like this, but he wouldn't let go of my finger. And then we got to the point where I was like, okay, you got to do it. And I would just throw him in the air. And then he would coast down. And then the big success is that after about 6 weeks, this is the finished product of what Lucas looks like. And the amazing thing is, because we raised him in his natural environment, because we fed him food that he would have to eat anyway, like sometimes we would just injure a cricket and then let him do it. So he figured out he had to grab it and smash it, and then he could eat it. And so now he comes back and visits us, and he'll come and he'll show me, and he'll be like, look at my white feathers. He's very, very proud of what he's become. And in conservation, so often at this point, with my organization, we're talking about thousands of acres and government policies and the big picture. And for me, it's always been about the same thing, the little heartbeats. And that's always what I tell people, is about protecting the heartbeats. And so even being here in the last few hours and being here last night and seeing all the other projects that are happening, it's very comforting for me to be around people that are my tribe, the people that understand, people who are excited about turtles, people who understand how important streams are, people that understand that we might be the last generation in history that can save a lot of these ecosystems. And that's why I do what I do, because I grew up with an immense amount of environmental stress. I was born in Brooklyn, so it makes no sense that I was, to my parents, that I was like, I need to go to streams. I want to know where the turtles are at. And it was like, I was obsessed with animals. And so I'm going to take you through a little bit of that journey today and how I came to live here for 20 years. This is the Western Amazon. Now I got to give you a little bit of a geographical orientation into where we are. That's the little research station where we are, and so we're completely off grid. It used to take a 2-day boat journey. We'd have to You'd have to fly to the capital, you'd have to fly to the smaller city, Puerto Maldonado, and then you'd have to get in the boat, and you start going up the river. And as you're going up the river, if your motor breaks, if you hit a log, if the boat flips, that's it. There's no one to call, there's no help coming. It was truly wild. And you would arrive there with a stack of eggs, a thing of tomatoes, some rice, and then you just survive as long as you could. So in the old days, it was just, we called it the mud and machete days. It was just the barefoot mud and machete days. We had nothing. And so we were just living out there. Go next. Now, everything that I'm going to tell you today and everything that I've been able to do in conservation is because when I arrived, I met this guy. This is JJ, also known as Juan Julio Duran. He is one of the rarest of species. He's a local kid who grew up in the Amazon, swimming in the rivers, eating monkeys, and he didn't own a pair of shoes until he was 13 years old, even though his walk to school was an hour and a half through the jungle to get to a shack where there was some school. And there's like a thing now with kids where they say, you know, our parents always said, oh, in my day, we used to have to walk through the snow to get to school. He had to deal with anacondas and jaguars, so his walk to school that he tells his kids, the best. But when I met him, I was 18 years old. I met him the year before I met James, and I showed up in the Amazon in my dungarees with a headlamp and a satellite phone that my parents, because they said, you have to call us and let us know you're alive. And the only thing that that I came equipped with was that I had grown up loving snakes. And I love snakes to this day. I've always found them to be calming, beautiful. I treasure them. And I grew up watching Steve Irwin, like probably everybody here. And watching Steve as like an 11-year-old, I started practicing on garter snakes, and then I went up to black rat snakes, and then I went to racers, and then eventually I had to rescue a copperhead from someone that was trying to kill it, and so eventually I figured out how to handle venomous. And so when I showed up, I met this guy who, you know, you have to think someone like JJ has been living in the Amazon his whole life, so he knows, if you have an ear infection, he knows how to cure it with a type of fungus that you boil. If you have a fever, he can cure that. If you have an infection, there's a sap for that too. There's a tree called Sangre de Drago, and it's about 300 times more powerful at killing bacteria than Neosporin. So they have a pharmacy there, and he's inherited that knowledge through his grandparents, all of that wisdom coming down into his cranium. And then JJ is unique because he went and worked in ecotourism. And so he learned English. Then he started working with scientists, and he's insatiably curious. And he can name 500 species of birds. We have 600 in the region. He can name 500 of them just by their calls. And he knows the local and the Latin name. You know, he can call it a Spix's guan, he can also call it a pucacunga. And so when I met him, you know, this man knows how to cut a piece of the back of his foot, the callus off the back of his foot, and he puts that on a hook and he throws it in the river. And the small fish eat that. Then he catches the small fish, puts that on a bigger hook, throws that in the river, and then you catch a piranha. Cut the tail off of that, put that on a bigger hook, throw it in the thing, and then you have dinner for everybody. So he knows how to work his way up the ecosystem. If you're in a stream, he knows how to crush up the barbasco root, and that you put it in the stream and all the fish float to the surface. You pick the ones you want, and then as the stream continues to flow, the water reoxygenates, and then the fish live. So he has this incredible wealth of knowledge. The only thing I had was that I said, I love snakes. And he was like, I'm so scared of snakes. He goes, I don't touch them. And I said, no, you're gonna love snakes. And he kind of took me up on the bet, and he was like, all right, well, let's go find snakes. And then that was the beginning of our exchange where he taught me snakes. Sorry, I taught him snakes, and he taught me everything else. But this man opened the Amazon for me. And we'll get back to anacondas later. First of all, and this is, again, you guys all know this, but this is a vertebrate diversity map. And in the entire planet, this blood red along the Andes-Amazon interface is the most biologically diverse terrestrial habitat that we have on Earth, not just today, but in the entire fossil record. And it's vanishing very quickly. These are some of the numbers that are actually incredibly outdated, but you know that the amount of life that's here is the reason that the cliche of save the rainforest exists, because this is just Avatar on Earth. This tree took me 2 hours to climb the first time I climbed it with ropes. And on top, I found branches that were bigger than the oak trees, the biggest oak trees I had grown up with. They're so big that you could walk on these branches, and there you find lizards up there that exist nowhere else. 50% of the life in a rainforest exists in the canopy, but the canopy is at 160 feet. So when you talk about ecosystems that haven't been explored, it's like the bottom of the ocean and the heights of the rainforest. Because even if you have the ropes and the strength to get yourself up to the canopy, you're in one tree. You don't have access to other trees. And the birds and the monkeys and the bats and the lizards, they're all moving from all these trees. They're treating it like a highway. A lot of the species that are born in the canopy never touch the ground. And so this is something that we're just now beginning to crack into as we've become more official. In the barefoot machete days, we would look up at these trees and just wonder at them like gods. And then now we're actually starting to make these little vertical expeditions up there to try and find out what's up there. In the Madre de Dios, in the Peruvian Amazon, we are seeing unbelievable amounts of deforestation. This is from gold mining. And down there they have artisanal gold mining. So the gold is particulate. It's in the soil. And so in order to get at the gold, you have to cut the forest, burn the forest, and then with huge hoses they suck the land up. And they pull it out, and then they use mercury to bind the sediment into ingots, really. And then they burn the mercury, turning it into vapor. So now it's in the rain. This is just the most horrific thing, and it's just for a little bit of yellow metal. That's not even good quality gold. And so we're seeing thousands of acres get destroyed by this. Another thing that makes this region so incredibly important is that there's people living here that have never seen a chair. These are people that commonly called the uncontacted tribes. Now they've been called the Mashkopiro, and after meeting them about a year ago, we're now calling them the Nomole, because that's what they call themselves, the brothers. But these people, which, when I first arrived as an 18-year-old, they tell you that there's anacondas and uncontacted tribes out there, and I couldn't get over the leafcutter ants on the ground in front of me. I couldn't even imagine these other things that were out there. And these are old photos that they had on the Brazilian side of the uncontacted tribe. But these are people that are still living an incredibly primitive life out in the deepest parts of the Amazon rainforest. While we're jetting around on planes with iPhones and attending conferences, they're sharpening bamboo arrows that are 7 feet long. This is my friend Daira, and I was asked to babysit for Daira, and I hadn't thought about lunch. And then Daira said, "I'm hungry." And I said, "Well, what is there?" And she took out of the pot a monkey head, and she was like, "This." And she was like, "Can you heat it up?" And I was like, "Sure." So we put it on the fire for a little bit, and then, she took the ear, and then these are incredibly native people. It's an incredibly wild place. And one of the other things that we have found to be our greatest tools is camera traps. And now, camera trapping in the Amazon, I'm going to take you through some of the things that we see on the traps. Because when you walk through any environment, we're humans. We're loud. Our footprints are loud. We're also sensory loud. We smell like deodorant and shampoo and laundry detergent. I mean, to animals, we're just a siren of stimuli. And so when you walk through the rainforest, you pretty much see nothing unless you're sitting very, very still. And so the camera traps have given us a window into this. And this image shows the animal that when I first went to the rainforest, I said, that is, if I had one bucket list animal, the strangest, weirdest thing I could imagine seeing is a giant anteater. Now, a giant anteater is probably about that size in real life. I think that's pretty accurate. And my first or second year in the rainforest, somebody took up the local challenge. They said that they're believed to be unkillable by the locals. And the other thing is when an anteater is threatened, I don't know if you know this, but when an anteater is threatened, they walk on their knuckles because they have the biggest claws of any mammal, and they walk on their knuckles. And if you threaten an anteater, they stand up and they look at you like this with the claws out. And they go, "Let's go." So they got the long nose, just like me. And they stand out with the claws out because if you're a jaguar, they're going, "Come on, come, and I'll gut you." And that's what they do. And so I've heard of hunters who thought they were going after, a smaller game animal, and they come around a river bend, and an anteater stands up, and this is a little Peruvian man this big. He said, "The anteater was standing up on me, he was slashing me," and they'll kill the dogs. One of my early teachers in the rainforest was Lulu. This is me at 19, and I spent weeks and weeks. Her mother got shot, and so I had to become a mother anteater. And the thing that this anteater needed, more than food, more than water, was love. She needed so badly to be attached to me at all times. You saw in that last picture, they ride on their mother's backs. And so they have this immense bond with their mother. And so with her mother not there, she made that bond with me. And so I had this anteater like a baby on me at all times. Now the problem is, they have knives for feet. And so when she wanted to eat, she would grab my leg and tear down, and I would need stitches and new pants. And then when I would fall asleep with her in the hammock, when she wanted to wake up, they have a tongue that's this long. And so when she wanted to wake me up, she'd find my nose hole and drill it in, and it would come out of my mouth. But walking around the rainforest, or rather crawling around the rainforest for weeks with an anteater was interesting, because that whole human thing that I just talked about, you know, we go in, we talk, and we have cameras, and we're concerned with our own things. If you actually listen to this forest, the birds will tell you how quickly you're allowed to walk, what the mood is, when it's going to rain again. And being with her taught me this, because you could see when she huddled down and didn't want to go anywhere, there was a reason for it. And so I started learning the forest from animals like Lulu, from people like JJ, these sort of very outside the box things. And I'll say for you guys, you two young guys, at that time, I looked at people like James, and I felt so insecure, because I went, wow, this guy's a PhD, he's a Columbia professor, and I was like, I have terrible grades. I am never, ever going to be able to do anything, because my field requires me to have this. And so I ended up doing all of this just for the pure love of it. I loved the anteaters and the trees and the river and the adventure of it, and I just had to put the conservation side of it out of my mind, because I thought I would never have a way of contributing meaningfully. This is setting up professional camera traps, and this, I want to play this for you, because this is some of the things that we see, and this is part of how I overcame this problem I was having of not having any academic presence. Was I just started loving seeing, because camera traps allowed me to break through. Instead of me walking around and the animals running and I would see nothing, camera traps allow me to see everything, like this giant armadillo at night in the stream. What is this? 4:46 a.m. And those guys are huge. I want to be able to see what you guys are seeing. That's just a little bird. This is an aquatic opossum doing an amazing behavior. Look, he selects that leaf and then puts it in his prehensile tail with his hind legs. Selects another leaf, same thing. One more leaf, hind legs, tucks it into the prehensile tail, off to go build the nest. Now that's a mother ocelot with one eye, and now look top left. That's her baby. That's our paca. It's the second largest rodent down there, next to a capybara. Our little red brocket deers, always worried about being eaten by a jaguar, or an anaconda, or a black caiman. They're basically everybody's favorite food. Our pumas are very careful to stay away from our jaguars. And the same species that exists in North America is all the way down there. And you see he's got some botflies on his neck, but is also very, very healthy and having a good role right in front of our camera traps, which we thank him for. But these camera traps give us this incredible window into the forest. And that was one of the first things that I had put camera traps out and so many animals that the numbers and the diversity of the animals that we were recording with these camera traps actually started to attract scientists, where they're like, hey kid, you out there with the camera traps, where are you putting your camera traps that you're seeing such high level of abundance and diversity? And we started to formulate, and I said to JJ, what are the places that you think have the highest amounts of diversity and why? And he would say, well, because there's a wetland here and the mountain here and the terra firma. He goes, I bet you right there is a really good place. So I'd be listening to JJ's wisdom, and then we'd be going and deploying these camera traps, and then we started to get attention that would lead us to have a lot more opportunities. This is when we got the guy who was running the health app at Apple, a man named Stefan Thomas, to quit his job and come work with us because he found what we were doing was so exciting. And he came down and went, those camera trap images, those black and white videos you have, he's like, those won't do. He was like, we need to see this in HD. And so he built us professional DSLR camera traps, and that's how we got a picture of this beautiful jaguar. That's one of the jags on our reserve. These are some of the tamanduas, smaller, like the giant anteater, but smaller. Our macaws are one of the things that is the emblem of the region. Our macaws are something that bring in a lot of tourism to the region. And I've been to parts of the Amazon that don't have tourism, and my God, it's like no country for old men in the Amazon. It's the tribes and the missionaries and the oil companies, and everyone's eating each other. At least the tourism begins to make things into somewhere where people have a sustainable living, where there's some sort of a police force. The macaws are a huge thing because throughout Central and South America, so many macaw populations are depleted. Down here, we have rainbows of macaws going through the sky because they still have their ironwood trees. And here's the interesting thing. Macaws have a very slow reproductive rate. You have a 1,200-year-old, a millennium tree, a 1,200-year-old ironwood tree. Branch falls off, and that's what creates the only type of nesting site that macaws will use. So in any given area of forest, if you take 30 acres of forest, how many nest sites are there? There might only be 6. But then in a given year, only about 17% of the macaw population can reproduce because there's not enough real estate. So as the loggers cut down ironwood trees, they're hurting exponential amounts of macaw generations. So they're extremely vulnerable and need that primary forest. I show people tarantulas. I don't need to show you sloths. I'm moving through some stuff because I want to get to the good stuff. This was my other baby. This was my spider monkey. She taught me how to speak spider monkey. That was very good. Again, now with snakes. Now I get a lot of questions about the anacondas because they're the biggest. But this little parrot snake, on a cold day, I'm just warming them up in my hands, and I had a person there who saw that snake and ran across the room crying. And I was like, this is an animal you could kill with your foot. I was like, this animal cannot hurt you. And it was like that process of being like, just look at it differently. This is just a harmless little snake. And so this is a whole series of photos that we've been doing to try and bring people around to the fact that snakes are beautiful and cute and not scary. This one, the calico snake, this is the one we found out last night. This is a snake so safe and so gentle that doesn't even open its mouth unless it's eating a slug. You could hand this snake to a baby and it would be fine. It's such a beautiful snake, one of the most beautiful snakes on earth. You guys like that monkey frog? I never know what things people are going to like. These are the teeth of, anybody know this snake? There you go. Very good. The teeth of an emerald tree boa, because they sit up in the branches at night and they wait for bats and birds to go by, and their teeth have to be able to penetrate feathers. And so those teeth are savage, but they're non-venomous. I'm still scared to get bitten by one, though. I would not want that. Now, I'm going to tell you an anaconda story that you're not going to believe, because I don't have a photo of it. And I'm going to tell you this story for a reason. I'm going somewhere with this, so stick with me. That first picture that I showed you with me and JJ, where we got the anaconda over our shoulders, that was the first big anaconda that I ever caught. Now, when I catch a small snake, you pick it up by the tail, you go, all right, bye, just like Steve. I was going to like a little bit of an Australian accent. "You're all right." And then with the anaconda, I was like, "JJ, you go around, I'm coming around this way." And I jumped down and I grabbed the snake straight by the head, and she opens up her mouth, and I'm like, "I got this anaconda," and I'm screaming for JJ. And she does what anacondas do. She wraps my hands. Well, now I got anaconda handcuffs and a 200-pound snake, and I go down to one knee, and the next coil comes over my back. And all of a sudden, my shoulders are starting to come together, and I can't breathe, and I'm trying to go, JJ. And I realize you don't get the breath back. Once you breathe out, it tensions in, and then you don't get to draw again. And I was moments away. I could hear my collarbone starting to go the way you hear a stick almost snap. And JJ comes in and rips the coil off me, and I just went, took this huge breath, and then we untangled the snake, and we put it out, we measured it, and everything was fine. I lived through that day. That's great. Well, we thought we were heroes. We were like, look at this. We caught this 12-foot giant snake, and we went down river, spoke to JJ's dad, who was this old Amazonian guy, and he looked at it, and he goes, "Esa es una anacondita." He was like, "That's the smallest anaconda I've ever seen." He's like, then he said a bunch of stuff I won't, he just said, "You guys are wusses. That's not a real snake." And we were like, "What are you, then what is?" And he said, "You have to go to this place called the Floating Forest, the Boayo, the place of boas." And I've learned one thing when you're down in the Amazon is you listen to the locals. Even if what they're telling you doesn't sound like it's true. There's a story where one of my staff told me that he found a green spiky snake. Now there's no green spiky snake, but he kept saying, "Oh, I keep seeing this snake and it has thousands of spikes off of it." And I said, "There's no spiky snake." And he was like, "No, you don't know, like you're a foreigner, you don't know." And I was like, "No, you're dumb and you don't know." Anyway, so he woke me up one day and he was like, "The snake, I see it, it's in the water thing." And so I went with him and I shined my flashlight down. And sure enough, it was a snake about this big, and there were thousands of green spikes coming off the snake, and I'm looking down in the water at night, and then the snake got spooked, and it went like this, and all of the spikes went flat to the snake's body because it was algae that was coming off of the snake, and it was a normal Helicops water snake. But he wasn't wrong. He was seeing a snake with spikes. It just wasn't a new species. And so when JJ's father said, "If you go to this place, you'll find these giant snakes," the first night that me and JJ ever went out, this is the best I could do of drawing it. The only measurement that I have that's accurate, I can tell you this, when we saw this snake from me to the chair over there, I tried to jump on it. All right, I told you, stick with me on this one. I tried to jump on it because I thought if we could catch this snake, we'd make the front cover of National Geographic. And I was like, if we could show the world that there are snakes this big, it would bring a huge amount of attention. So I jumped on this snake, and the only measurement I have is I have a 6-foot wingspan. I couldn't touch fingertips. And I know that because I was on top of this snake as she was going through the floating vegetation on the floating forest and plunged her head into the water. And when my part of the snake reached the water, I had to choose between going with her down into the dark nightmare soup of that swamp or stopping. And so I let go, and I sat there, and this huge tree trunk of a snake was just going by, and I went until her tail went. And I was just ignited by this. I went, oh my God, there are these giants out there. And so we were hooked then. We were like, we need to call ourselves anaconderos. We are the anaconda men. And I told everyone that I had ridden an anaconda, and everyone was like, yeah, man. Like, I would go back to New York, I'd be at like a barbecue in Brooklyn, and I'd be like, so I rode this anaconda at night in the forest. And like, you just see people be like, this guy's an idiot. He's making stuff up. But then a year later, we were back with a team who did believe. And there came a day where, now again, we kept running into the same problem. The floating forests are these places where you have a lake with floating vegetation, rafts of grass, of connected vegetation floating on them. And then you have very deep, like 30-foot deep, 40-foot deep lakes. And then you have trees growing out the bottom of them. So you're walking, if you can walk on these floating rafts, you're walking on this strange substrate, and there's the tops of trees. So you're walking in the canopy of a strange environment. And the anacondas make these highways through it, through the grass. It's very soft on their skin. They can bask in the sun easily, which they can't do in the jungle. And so they magnetize to these areas. And so we knew to keep checking at the floating forest. And so I went with the team. And one of the guys who was with me was this Finnish guy named Jonas. And he was, I already knew he was the toughest dude I'd ever seen. He was a Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He was a demolitions expert in the military. He was all this stuff. I'd never seen him rattled. And we're out on the floating forest one day, and I hear him go, "Paul!" And like I could hear in his voice the excitement. And I come up next to him, and I was running through the floating forest, and I come up next to him, and I put my hand on his shoulder, and I go, "What?" And he goes, "Look." And right in front of us is a 17-foot black anaconda dead asleep. So now we got our chance. Now we got a chance at a real one. The first one was 12 feet. This one's 17. So I'm like, "JJ, everybody." And then I was like, "Wait, why are we whispering? They don't have ears." And I was like, "Everybody!" But even just the effort to say everybody, it sends a ripple. The whole ecosystem is a giant tympanic membrane. That's why they live there. If there's any trouble, they go straight under. So the snake wakes up and flicks a tongue that's as big as my pinky. And I'm going, "Okay, listen, this is what we're going to do. I have to get the head. You have to do this." I'm over here making a plan. And the snake just goes, whoom, the way crocodiles will just thrash, and then she dives. And while I'm still trying to understand the situation, Jonas, the demolitions expert from Finland, does the craziest thing I've ever seen a human being do. He put his hand on my shoulder and he goes, "I trust you! Got it!" And then I got to watch him ride the anaconda. So that's two people that have ridden anacondas. And and so this was what happened next. She dragged us down, and we went, 1, 2, 3, pull! And then she would drag us down deeper. And we had to make the same choice. Either you keep your head above the water, and at some point I said to the whole team, I said, "Guys, we're in the presence of a dragon." I said, "Just enjoy it for a moment." And Jonas's blue eyes are looking at me through the water as we're suffocating. He goes, "But no one's ever going to believe this." And I said, "Get used to it." But that story has a happy ending, because what we did not know that we were doing at that time, we thought we were just, and I got this a lot, because I'd go to conservation meetings and I'd have people who were established conservationists from such and such a, and they would be like, "Oh, you're that kid that plays in the mud with the snakes, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." What we were doing here, without knowing it, was establishing a methodology for studying the largest snakes on Earth. There was no population data for anacondas in lowland tropical Amazonia, because nobody wanted to do this. This is Eleanor. Named her after my grandmother. This is me and JJ. Now she continues way past the back of that. That's an 18-foot, 6-inch anaconda that at the time was the world record. We finally did it, and it took all of us jumping in at the same time and pulling her up. And at this point, we were finally able to put a radio transmitter down her throat that tracked her for months until she eventually passed it. And we learned how she uses her ecosystem, that the females don't move from these swamps, that the males come to them. Or that if the swamps are low and they want to hunt, they use the connecting streams, that anacondas actually exhibit hunting behavior, which before they were like, "Oh, they're ambush predators, they never move." No, they hunt, and they know how to hunt. That's a close-up of Eleanor's head. And I mean, I have pretty meaty hands, so you imagine the actual size of that thing. I was holding on tight. I was scared. I mean, I could go all day with Eleanor's, but the thing is, aside from the fact that we were laying the groundwork for some of our scientific work, we were also beginning to do something that would change the game for us. We were getting people to notice the work we were doing. And this is something I'm very interested in conservation, because I hear about projects all over the world where people are doing such incredible things. And it's always the conservationists, to me, that embody the highest of what humans are capable of, about undoing the evil that has been waged on the world. They're trying to protect the rivers, restore the ocean, save the baby birds. It's conservationists that are the type of people that are busy out picking up trash. And I always go, well, how come these people that care so much aren't the ones that are making policy and commanding billions of dollars? And there's some pretty easy reasons for that, because they're worried about making money and we're worried about turtles. But this started to get us interest from people that said, "Why are you doing this?" And we went, "Because this world is disappearing. These snakes are disappearing." And so this is I'm showing you guys, I haven't shown this to anybody, this is an even bigger snake that we caught last year. This is a 20-foot anaconda We named her Millie. But at this point, we've published numerous scientific articles on the anacondas. When the gold miners put mercury into the ecosystems because of bioaccumulation from the fish up to the birds, to the caiman, to the anacondas as an apex predator, they're the ones that are allowing us to monitor those levels. These are incredibly important animals that have a huge influence on their ecosystem. Now, I don't have time to get into elephants today, but I could tell you this guy, you'll read, everybody got a copy of my book. I just have to give him a shout out because one of my greatest friends in life was Dharma the elephant. And if Lulu taught me a lot, Dharma taught me a mountain. This guy, I mean, he would sit there and just try and take my notebook constantly. As I was trying to write the book that you all got, he kept trying to stop me because he wanted to play. Now, where we're at currently, and why I'm speaking to you today, is that from the early machete days, 30? 20 minutes left. Oh man. Okay. We're going into fast forward mode. From the early days, when I first got down there, again, the idea of, first of all, the idea that the jungle could be harmed was impossible to me, because you take a 2-day boat journey up this river, you climb the tallest tree, and all you can see from horizon to horizon is jungle. And you feel like this massive, wild thing could never be destroyed. And JJ said it. He said, when I was a kid, I felt the same way, and then I saw the wildlife populations drop, I saw the big old trees fall, and he said, pretty soon the people didn't have a fish to eat. And he goes, and I don't want that to happen here. He goes, that's why I came to this river. You have to help me protect it. And in those early days, when I first went down, 18 years old in my dungarees with a satellite phone, I was like, how would you help me? How would I help you protect it? And then the first time we saw the deforestation reach the side of our river, I remember talking to JJ and going, you know, it's the first time we're looking at the forest we love destroyed, just ashes on the ground. The trees were all dying and smoking. And I said, isn't there anybody we can call? I said, isn't there anybody that can stop this? And he sat there and he looked at me and he goes, look this way, look this way. He goes, do you see anybody? And that was a very powerful message, because the truth is that there is nobody out there. We'll get to the treehouse later. But this is what they're doing to the Amazon. They're burning it. This is what it looks like when these are the trees that the macaws depend on for life, stacked and being sent out to Asian markets. This is JJ in his natural environment. This is what that same forest looked like last year. And so what we've began doing, and partly with the help of the anacondas and partly with the help of the camera traps, was telling the world about our story, telling the world about what we were doing, and then started to get some support and started to build a donor program, started to attract the type of people that actually could help us, because, well, he knows indigenous medicine and I know about snakes. We attracted people like Stefan and this guy Mohsen Kazmi and other people who knew how to do other things, who had to capture these experiences on camera, how to make systems. Now we have a donor program where we actually have people becoming donors from around the world, and what it allows us to do is go up to the loggers and the gold miners and go, how much do you get paid every day? And they go, $15 a day. And we go, you want to make 3 times that? And they're like, yeah. They put down the chainsaw, they put on the Jungle Keeper shirt, and they're jungle keepers. And half the time what you realize is they're people that were born in the jungle, love working out in the jungle, and have no other economic opportunities. And so we just give them the triple threat. We give them a community, we give them steady pay, and we give them medical benefits, and now they're part of our team. And so we're just changing people that quick. And it's been amazing. We've been gaining all this momentum. And even in the video that we watched last night, it says that we're protecting almost 100,000 acres, and that video was made a year ago. Now we're protecting 135,000. 35,000 more acres were added to the reserve since last year. And that's all because people all over the world are giving $5, $10, $100. We've really taken this to the people. This is Ignacio, one of our guides, one of our rangers, one of our toughest rangers. Now, again, I have to wrap this up, but you're gonna see it in the news, so you might as well hear it from me first. That scar on the back of his head is because he was shot in the head by one of the Mashco-Piro Indians. while he was trying to make peace with them. He was trying to give them bananas, and they drew on him, and their arrows are this big, and they shot, and it hit him in the side of the head, and it almost killed him. Last year, in October, we were standing on the beach, and the thing that had always been a myth, the people that had always existed only in our imaginations, they walked out. And this is, what you're seeing right now this is a world first. This is coming out this week. We're releasing it because we have to explain to people that along with the superlative biodiversity and the ancient trees and the undiscovered medicines is this entire tribe of people that has no idea that we exist, that there's a world that doesn't look like the jungle, or that there's bulldozers and chainsaws and gold miners coming for them. And so they're coming out asking questions like, can we have bananas? And why are you cutting down the trees? They don't understand it. They're like, why would you cut down the biggest trees? And so something is happening, but now a lot of the land that we're protecting in that 130,000 acres is territory that they exist on. And so as we released that footage, it's going rapidly around the world. And so it's, as you go out in life, it's just keep your eye out for it this week. I don't think I have time to play the video. I'd rather go to questions. You guys have seen videos. I'm gonna make some. Actually, no. This is what I'd like to tell you. I'd like to show you this first. This. When I was a kid, I was told, I remember reading in a book, that there was a mist river above the Amazon rainforest that was bigger than the Amazon river itself. And I went, okay. And kind of like they tell you that there's more grains of sand than there are galaxies. And, they tell you that the Earth has a molten core. I said, okay, sure. There's an invisible river that we can't see. Why not? This is the view from the top of one of those trees that we climb. And this is the morning in the Amazon. And something like 20 trillion liters of water a day are pumped into the air by the trees in the Amazon. And that is a time lapse of all of that vapor moving, and that is the mist river that flows over the Amazon, and you can catch it at dawn because the sun coming in horizontal ignites it. And so from the leafcutter ants to the anteaters to the toucans to all these little tiny heartbeats and connections to all of that interconnected ecology that I learned in James's classroom when I was so young, to everything that JJ has inherited from his grandparents, this system has been growing and developing for millions and millions of years. And the reason that I'm so excited to be talking to a room of people like you is because you're the people that understand how important that is. That we could be the last generation that has a chance. Because once they bulldoze that forest, we're not going to get it back. You need another 10,000 years before you have this back. And so we're at this incredibly important moment in history, and somehow after slogging through the swamps, now we have jungle keepers, and we have a team of 40 rangers, and we have 130,000 acres. And what we've done with the Peruvian government is we've told them, if we can protect 300,000 acres, which is the entire basin, I think I have a map of it. Yeah, if we can protect 300,000 acres, which is all of this, right now this is what we have, the light green is what we have. If we can protect the rest, which is another $20 million cost. If we can protect the rest of that before these roads cut down, the Peruvian government said they will sign it into a national park. And just like somebody long ago went and actually said sequoias only exist here, we have to protect them, and they did it, and now we still have sequoia trees. We are trying to protect what many people consider the wildest place on Earth. And somehow, and I say this fully as the little kid that just loved turtles and watching Steve Irwin, somehow we are on the cusp of actually making this happen. So please, you all who care about the little turtles and the animals and the heartbeats, remember what people can do, what individuals can do. Because someone like JJ deciding that he was going to protect a river inspired me. The people that have seen this footage all over the world that have helped us, even in the smallest ways, a lot of raindrops makes a flood. And we're about to make history in the Amazon by protecting those people, all those heartbeats, and do something that I don't think's ever been done before because no one's done it this way. It's going to be playing out, and if we do it, we're right down here. It's going to be part of the largest protected area in the Amazon rainforest. It's the whole western Andes-Amazon interface. And so that's the downfield look from where I am right now. In the next year and a half, we have to beat the narcos and the loggers and the gold miners and get enough public support and big donor support and get that extra $20 million and get that national park set. So we're in a race against time, and that's why I'm here today, and that's why it's so good to be talking to all of you, because being out in the middle of the Amazon with all the destroyers and the loggers and the gold miners, and then even coming back to society and talking to people who are talking about politics and all these other things, it's so refreshing to be around people that care about the animals. And I'll tell you this too, I wanted to say thank you, because to JJ, who started off as a little Amazonian kid watching, playing in the rivers, last night while you guys were watching the video about jungle keepers, his face was up there and you were all watching. And I was taking a video of it and I got to show him. And he's down in the Amazon right now trying not to get shot by narco-terrorists. He's trying to go upriver and not get taken down by whirlpools. And I'm going, listen, people around the world are seeing what you're doing. Your decision to protect the place you love has gone global. And so that felt really good for him, and you all gave him that. So thank you very much for listening.
All right, we have about 8 or so minutes, 10 minutes or so for questions.
You, sir.
Lighthearted questions. How is your foot, and what is the elephant doing in the Amazon?
I did make some forays to India. I did not have Dharma join me in the Amazon. My foot is good, although what he's referring to is I posted a video on Instagram. I was in a stream. The one thing I was always so scared of, the stingrays in the Amazon hurt more than all the other stingrays in the world. And it went in the bottom of my foot, one entry wound, and then it flayed the skin off the meat and came back out. And so for a while, I was in blinding pain for 8 hours, just making deals with God, laying on the ground. And it pays to have indigenous friends, because JJ's nephew scraped the bark off of 3 different trees and made a medicinal poultice and heated it up and put it against the wound, and it actually sucked the venom out and neutralized the pain. And so instead of the last guy I know that got stung by a stingray went to a Western hospital. He got a systemic infection, didn't walk for 2 months, and has permanent nerve damage in his feet. I was up on my feet and hiking 2 days later because I got the indigenous medicine, so it was great. Foot's doing good. Yes, ma'am?
Explain what the narco-terrorists, I mean, what are they growing?
Yeah, we never had this problem. I always told people, with the loggers and the gold miners, for the most part, they're just local people who have a family and they have no other way of making money, and so they're cutting down trees. So I could go up to them and be like, hey man, you want to get a beer? Let's talk about it. And I'd be like, so how long have you been logging here? And they're like, yeah man, like I've been logging here. I'm like, you want a better job? And they're like, yeah. Easy. The narcos aren't like that. You go anywhere near the narcos, they'll just kill you. And so the last year and a half has been a lot more serious. In April of last year, we were flying a drone over what we thought was a logging site. We didn't realize it was a narco growing site. And they chased us and didn't get us. And because they didn't get us, then they wanted to make sure that they got us. And so one day our car goes from the city to the edge of the river, and then from the edge of the river we take the boat. And so JJ had come to get the car. Last minute he decided that he was going to go back to the station, take the car tomorrow. So he sent the car back. As the car was going down the road, armed men in masks stopped the car. They put guns in the side. They said, pull out the gringo and pull out JJ. They were going to kill us both. We happened to not be in the car. And so since then, now we go nowhere without security because we have an active hit out on us. Because we're the only people out there in this lawless wilderness stopping them from doing their illegal activities. So they want to cut the head off the snake. We're working on it. Cast.
In the beginning, you mentioned pushing past the conservation scene and how to be very academic, and you sort of just believed in yourself and your love of animals.
Yes.
And you mentioned Dharma the elephant.
Yes.
And I love that word, Dharma. I'm sure you know the meaning without the purpose. How did you really push past that kind of box you put yourself in to pursue your love of wildlife?
It wasn't through. I didn't push past it. I was.
Or like you weren't already in it, I guess,
Well, no, but I'm saying the thing is, I wasn't making decisions based on courage. I was making decisions based on fear. You know, because I couldn't do the academics that I wanted to do. Everyone I spoke to said, you have to become a conservation biologist. And I was like, well, I can't, so I'm just gonna be an anaconda bum. Like, I was like, I'm gonna just do this. My inspiration led me in the direction, and then the duration of time. And so the only analogy that I've come up to is the restaurant analogy. It's like, look, you might start washing dishes, right? But like in your first 6 months might suck, but then like at some point there's gonna be new people coming in and you're gonna go, hey, it needs to be done this way, and you know how the manager likes it. And then 5 years after that, when the manager's opening a new store, you work your way up. And so I was inadvertently doing that over the course of, if you look at a graph of when things happened, the first 15 years, nothing happened. And then, you know, I mean, even after I wrote my first book, Mother of God, which without the help of Jane Goodall never would have happened. At a talk, like a talk, she was giving a talk, and I went up to her with a manila envelope, and I said, I wrote a story about my little anteater Lulu, like, could you please read it? One day I'm gonna write a book. And she was like, thank you, and like put it on the side, and I just went, she's too busy, she's too famous, she'll never read it. 48 hours later, she had her staff right back, and she was like, hey, this is great. She goes, if you get a publisher, I'll endorse your book. Well, I walked into the publisher and I said, I got the golden ticket from Jane, so. But if she hadn't waved for two things, first of all, that I learned, being that famous and that busy, traveling 300 days a year, and let's face it, being that old, that she actually read it and got back to me, changed my whole life. And so her waving her wand in my direction gave me a career and a life and a calling card. And so then that was the breaking point from where, you know, how many years, a decade of nothing, but I had to have the experience to have the perspective. And then I was like, I think I got something. And then a little bit of magic happened. And then I held up my hand and went, okay, I got it. But even after that, I wrote a whole book, and then nothing happened. It's like you have to keep going. And so it's not, I wasn't pushing past because I knew where I was going. I didn't have anything else I could do. I just loved the jungle. That's the only thing I knew I loved. That's my best answer. Miss in the back, I've seen you with your hand up.
More questions.
Hang on a second.
The corporations or countries that are propping up, sorry. What are the names of the corporations or the countries that are propping up these loggers, these miners? And the second part is, what is the Peruvian government's reaction to mercury being pumped into the ground and the long-term effects of that on the ecosystem and the people?
Great question. The Peruvian government's response, and it's funny because everyone assumes that the Peruvian government is they're like, oh, Latin American government, corrupt. The police that we work with are incredible. Even the politicians we've been working with have been like, if we can help, we want to make our country better. We want to preserve the headwaters so that we have long-term, sustainable, healthy ecosystems. They actually want to. They don't have the resources. There's a ton of corruption. So the Peruvian government's response is panic. They've sent in commandos into the mining areas. They've wiped them all out. They've arrested them all. You arrest 5,000 people that are just poor artisanal miners, you release them again. You can't keep these people in jail. And then what happens is they also form gold mafias. So the police are scared to go in there because they got better weapons and they become hardened criminals then. So it's an ongoing war. It's the battle of the Amazon. And in terms of what corporations and countries are helping the destruction of the Amazon, if we thought we had problems before, China just made a brand new state-of-the-art shipping port on the coast of Peru. And the Trans-Amazon Highway is now an artery that goes straight into the heart of the Amazon. And they did this so that they can start professionally grabbing hardwoods for Asia. So we are now, I mean, we were fighting, it was David versus Goliath, and like Goliath looks like an ant in front of a grizzly bear now. This is such a bigger thing. They are actively looking at the Amazon as a resource to be exploited. So, here we go. You, sir.
If you had a magic wand, I can do it.
Well, I'd love to have a magic wand. If you find one.
Yeah. How would you like to see Peru develop with respect to the Amazon?
Well, I mean, I would love, I mean, I defer to what JJ says for that. I mean, his vision for the Amazon is, he says, zero deforestation. We've already cut enough of it. Stop cutting the Amazon. You do sustainable Brazil nut collection. Brazil nuts are worth a lot, and all you got to do is walk through the forest and pick them up off the ground, and people buy them for a lot of money. So you do Brazil nut production, a little bit of ecotourism, and then also maybe some sort of subsidies for countries that have functioning ecosystems, like the womb of the Amazon, and you stop that, and then you worry about production in the mountains and in Lima and everything else. But I mean, like everywhere else, like sort of the half-Earth mentality, we don't really have the ability to lose more of the Amazon. Or else they keep wondering, you know, if we cross this threshold where, you know, the Amazon produces its own moisture, that mist river, we've lost 20% of the Amazon. If we lose 30 or 40% of the Amazon and that moisture cycle is broken and the rain isn't coming, then the Amazon dries and then the whole thing burns. Then you're talking about catastrophic post-apocalyptic reality on Earth. So I think that incentivizing the protection of the Western Amazon and the rest of the Amazon for Peru is something that we should be doing on a government level here in the US, because we do trade with them so much. One more?
As you try to acquire more land for preservation, how do you protect it once you get it? Why don't poor people come in and cut down trees, or narcs come in and do their thing?
Well, that guy Ignacio with the scar on his head, you know, he works for us now after he lived through his violent encounter. And when he shows up, he's like, what are you doing on this land? You just leave. He's terrifying. But we have a team of rangers. We have a team of rangers of people that we have gone to and said, look, you don't be a gold mine. We turn them into our employees. And so they patrol the entire 130,000 acres by boats. And so that's our system. We have people all over the world that send us donations. And one thing I think that I can say is that, you know, I just had a guy a few months ago, he reached out and he goes, I'm so sick. He goes, I can't sleep at night. I think the world is dying. It's being ripped apart. And he goes, and I've given money to like different organizations, but I don't really know where it's going. I said, yeah? I said, I promise you this. I said, Jungle Keepers is the most direct way to protect the rainforest that exists. And he said, well, how can you prove that? And I said, well, first of all, it's a 501c3. You can see everything we do. And he was a big donor. He gave us $200,000. He said, what could you do with $200,000? I said, with $200,000? I said, there's an entire road coming from our northern sector that's going to blast through this piece of forest. I said, we know the landowner. He's happy to sell it to us. If we get that piece of land, then I put my rangers there, and that road does not come through, because it's an illegal road anyway. He gave us the $200,000. We bought 10,000 acres of rainforest. We put our guards there. We saved the rainforest, and now it doesn't have a road through it. And this guy was just like, oh my God. He goes, this is the first time. I said, we're naming that piece after you. I said, you have to come visit it. And so it's direct action. We just get the locals, make their lives better. They're happy to protect their homeland, and we connect all the people up here that actually think about this stuff, care about it, and have the resources to do it. And we actually can get this done. So it's the, you know, what's the thing that Banksy said? You know, the end of despair and the beginning of tactics. Yeah? Yes, miss.
Did I understand you to say that your ultimate goal is to connect these different regions in a national park? So that's what we're finding in a small way in the Amargosa, is a land status change, and it does change people's perceptions of what is the best use of land. And so I just wanted to clarify that. It makes good sense. If it's a national park, then these extractive activities that are for profit would not be allowed anymore. Was I understanding you correctly?
That is correct. The 300,000 acres that we're trying to protect, the lower part of our river is already destroyed. There's farms and towns, and of course with all these things come diseases, and you see leishmaniasis and malaria. And when there's jungle, the ecosystem makes it so those things can't possibly survive. It's only when you get these human settlements. But from where we start the Jungle Keeper Reserve up to Alto Purus National Park, it's this 300,000 acre watershed. And so if we protect the whole watershed, all those little tributaries that go into the main river, The thing is, living inside of that area, this is not just completely a wilderness. You have the Mashco Piro, the uncontacted Indians, but you also have 2 different communities of just indigenous people that speak Spanish. We work with them. I hire them as rangers. They also are uncertain about what their future is. Do they want a road? Maybe they do. Maybe we want a road. They don't know what happens when a road comes. They didn't go to environmental college and read about all the indigenous cultures that get wiped out by a road. And so they're still trying to figure this out. So when we go in and we go, look, we know why there's not as many fish in the river, because you've all been hunting with nets. You got to stop with the nets and go back to the hooks, and then there'll be as many, so we're going in and teaching them. And then we're going, also, do you need money for gasoline? And they're like, yeah, we're going to cut down that tree. We go, dude, here's a pair of binoculars. Go walk around like this. Make sure there's nobody else cutting down trees, and we'll pay you for that instead of cutting down the tree. And they're like, this is so much easier than cutting down trees. Like, this is great. Look, a bird. Like, they're stoked. They're happy. And they feel the energy and momentum. And because there's a small population on a lot of land, it's economically viable. That if we have a ranger force of, let's just say, it ends up being 150 people for 300,000 acres, it works perfectly. Everybody has a job. Nobody else is allowed in. The native communities continue living their native life as they want. If they want to keep serving monkey for lunch, they can. And the uncontacted tribes can make their own decisions. And if they want to come out, they can come out. If they want to stay in, they can stay in. Everybody gets what everybody wants. But the jungle keeps functioning, and the Mist River keeps flowing, and the anteaters and the jaguars keep having a place to live. And that's all I really care about.
Thank you. You said that like leishmaniasis and malaria was more of a problem where the forest has been destroyed already?
Yes.
So did you not have any problems with the arthropod-borne diseases where you were?
Well, the thing is, those diseases happen when there's a town. If there's malaria in the town and a mosquito bites me, and we're all in this room, what's the next thing that mosquito bites? It's going to be one of you. Whereas in the jungle, if a mosquito bites me, well, there's 0.0 something % humans in the region of the Amazon. So if the mosquito bites me, there's literally not enough hosts, human hosts, for the disease to be viable. So you don't see these diseases transmitting in rural Amazonia, whereas once you have a logging community, you see a lot of bad things happen. You see the malaria, the dengue, the leishmaniasis. The other thing is when you have groups of loggers, there's this horrific thing of the human trafficking because brothels pop up for men out in the jungle, and so they start grabbing women from all the bad stuff starts happening. It all hangs out together. So yeah, out in wild jungle, of course, you don't even have a lot of mosquitoes because there's so many frogs and other insect predators that when there's mosquitoes in a bromeliad pool or in a puddle, there's other things eating those. So it's like they're regulated by the ecosystem. And as soon as you mess that up, you cut down the whole forest. Now there's puddles, and the mosquitoes are all reproducing because the frogs and everything else are gone. That's why. One more? All right, make it a good one.
Who's got a good one?
She got a strong hand raised back there. That went right up.
Strong hand from Diana.
There was a tree house in your presentation, and you said you'd talk about it later. Can you tell us the backstory?
Sure. I don't know if this thing goes backwards. Does it go backwards? Can I back it up?
How many people does it hold?
Well, let's see. So that tree house, after I told you it took me 2 hours to climb that tree where I saw the Mist River. Yeah, see if you, I'm good with the machete. These things I've never used before. Yeah, just up. There we go. Yes, so this is the Alta Sanctuary Treehouse, and this was from when I had climbed. Literally, me and JJ would look up at the giant trees, and just imagine this for a second. You're out in the morning, and the mist is still over the jungle, so everything has this blue-gray light, and you're looking up at a 160-foot tall, 1,000-year-old tree with these branches, and we just went, we got to do it. There just came a day where I went, I got to go there. And so we woke up at 4 in the morning, and I got ropes, and I climbed up the side of this tree along the vines, and every 20 feet or so I'd put a security. I basically trad climbed the tree. And I got up on top, and that was the first time I saw the sun come up over the east, because I was higher than the rest of the canopy. and I saw the Mist River, and I started crying instantly because I said, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. This is where, you know, your sweat is going into the mist and then raining down, and then you drink. You're part of the ecosystem. It's science and spirituality is bonded together here. And so I said, listen, I have to share this with everybody else. Just like everything, I want other people to have the experience. So we found the tallest tree that we could right on the edge of a ridge line, and we climbed that tree and said this would be perfect. We brought in some expert tree house builders, and I spent months in the Amazon with them designing this. And now this is the tallest tree house in the world that also has a bed, mosquito net, a bathroom, shower, toilet, Wi-Fi. It has a Starlink on top. And so you wake up here and you see the Mist River out in the east. And so now this has become how we welcome donors, how we welcome families. Someone said, how many people does it hold? Usually 2, but if, you know, people, we can put a tent out on the front deck and whatever else. But it's incredibly safe. There's a spiral staircase going down with high railings. But in the morning, it's just toucans and macaws and howler monkeys and everything in the Mist River. And it's just the most beautiful place. And it's just the manifestation of dreams. If you can think it, someone will help you do it.
Awesome. Well, that's a hard sales pitch to not end on, and everybody's like, what's the URL? How do I make the reservation?
Junglekeepers.org, please help us. If you or anybody else you know can get us closer to that 300,000 acres, the next 18 months is going to, because if one of those roads makes it through, everything I just talked about ends. We're getting close to the finish line, and but if one thing goes wrong, the last 20 years are gone and the whole forest burns. So please help us get there. It has gotten here because people around the world have taken individual responsibility, and that means you too, and you're the people that actually care. So thank you so much.
Paul Rosolie. Well, I think that will be the keynote address that we will all remember for the acting out of grabbing an anaconda. I don't know that we will ever have that repeated, sadly. Next up, I want to welcome Dr. Anna Young, who is our Vice President of Learning and Impact. Anna has the unenviable task, perhaps, of summarizing everything that we've heard in the last day and a half. Anna.
Hey, all right. How's everyone doing? I see lots of bright eyes. Okay, we're hanging in there. So as Vice President of Learning and Impact, I oversee our sustainability and behavior change team. So thank you for helping to work with them to manage our best to make this a zero waste event. I also oversee all of our learning programs. We have amazing camps, school field trip programs. We even have an adult zoo camp. And we also have about 500 volunteers. And so if you're a volunteer with the Living Desert, can you raise your hand so we can see you? Wow, thank you so much for all your support. There were some great questions earlier about what can everyone here do to make a difference. And so all our volunteers know like all the different ways that you can act to make a difference. So please find one of those folks and ask them some questions. Within our volunteer team, we also have a group of really passionate zoo teens, and they're actually going to be at our tabling event later today, so I hope that you go out, connect with all of our conservation heroes, and connect with our zoo teens. We're working with Ghana and Ramo to send zoo teens to Mongolia this summer. It'll be the first time that we're going to be able to send young people out to get that interaction, get that hands-on field conservation work, and so you can learn some more and support them later today, and I hope you do. So as James said, I get the honor and the privilege of summarizing what we learned here today. So if you notice, I furiously am scribbling notes. I'm thinking about, what are some connections? So we had 3 different panels today, right? We had large mammals, California conservation, and environmental education. So I'm looking and thinking about through lines. What are some themes that go beyond those to connect what all of our conservation heroes are working on? So I'm going to share 3 themes that stood out to me today. So one is planting seeds. And I say that both physically and metaphorically, right? So we heard a lot about collecting desert seeds, waiting for the rain. Maybe it's 2, 3, 4 more years to plant those seeds. And we heard a lot about planting seeds within our own community. So this is long scale work. We heard about trusting the process, taking time, going slow to go fast. And all of these things, these big changes don't happen overnight. And so planting the seeds that your community are going to start to learn things and appreciate about the species you're trying to save, saying something when you see cheetah cubs in danger, thinking about the next generation and planting seeds for young children, your grandchildren, kids in the community, teens as they grow up to want to change their behavior and pursue paths that help pro-environmental behaviors. Thinking about multi-generations, thinking about planting seeds in your own family. Your family photos include pronghorns in all the pictures because that's just part of who you are and what you do. So planting seeds, and even in yourself, right? We heard maybe you're planting a seed that you can be the change, that you give a story to Jane Goodall and that transforms who you are. You never know like where that seed's gonna bloom, who that seed's gonna affect yourself or others in the family or community you're a part of. I would say the second theme that I heard a lot of today was joy, right? So first off, how much joy for snakes is there in this room? My goodness. Right, just that passion is infectious, right? And I remember hearing that we change best by changing good, by feeling good, not by feeling bad, right? And so having that joy, we heard that theme over and over again, and sometimes, right, conservation, it can be some tough lessons and some tough facts to face, but so many of our conservation heroes talked about how they're leaning into joy and everything they do. It might be in the little heartbeats around you. It might be in creating educational materials and bringing children into a protected area that they've lived next to but never experienced. It might be in using soccer to help save cheetahs or putting on community events and games to help save rhinos and giraffes. So all of these aspects can show up even in some surprising ways. We heard seeing a snow leopard that you weren't even focused on make an appearance, right? It can be a joy and keep the work going and progressing in ways you didn't even imagine. Okay, and then transformation. That's the third theme that I heard today, and thinking about culture change and maybe some ways in how we consider conservation. Who is a conservationist? What's worth conserving? How does that work get done? Is it men with guns? Is it women with heart? Is it children? Is it grannies? Is it dogs? Right? Who does conservation? Is the government protecting land? Are communities protecting land? Who is doing that work to make that advancement? How do we measure success? Is it something that we can see? Maybe it's just stopping decline, preventing decline. Maybe it's building resilience. Maybe it's pushing past thinking about knowledge and thinking about behavior change. Maybe it's doing work that you won't even see in your lifetime, right? The idea that your whole life can be dedicated to a change that you know you won't get to observe, that's a big transformation for how we often think about impact and success. And that's what our conservation heroes are working towards. Maybe it's thinking about who's worth saving, thinking about snakes and transforming fear to joy, thinking about elephants, transforming fear to an amazing experience, making connections. Even if you're working on saving a single species, what are all those ramifications? Thinking about that desert tortoise not only providing burrows for hundreds of other animals, but even salt, a new experience that we didn't even know was around, right? So we heard about all of these sort of transformations, lands into buffer zones. So as we wrap up today, I hope that one, all of our conservation heroes have planted a seed in everyone here to start thinking about what is conservation, who participates in conservation, that it can be fun, that as a tourist you can go on vacation and you can be supporting conservation, that tourism can equal jobs and healthcare. And I hope that you experienced joy today, and I hope that you'll also stick around and connect with all of our conservation heroes on an individual basis, get to see their joy, true to life, think about how you can continue that on, and then that transformation piece. Now that's up to all of us. We have those seeds planted. We've had that joy. how are each one of us going to take that and transform ourselves and our community and our world around us? So thank you. I will turn it over to Dr. James.
I'm a little verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. Wow, amazing summary. Amazing summary. You know, not only is this like the best job I've ever had, but I get to work with like the best people in the world. I just feel so lucky. And that's no joke. We want to thank you all for being here to explore these diversity of topics. We work in such challenging situations, you know. It takes so much effort, and you feel like you're just beating your head against the wall. Frustration and loss, and oh my God, where's the money going to come from? And oh, the thing has been taken away from us, or we can't access the things. But the glory of these kinds of days, which I've heard from all of our heroes today, actually, is that getting to share the successes and reflect back on the successes, and hearing appreciative people who are our tribe, like Paul was saying, is such a rejuvenating thing. It's such a rejuvenating. It's empowering for us as conservationists, I hope as much as it is for you all as participants as well. You know, we're all conservationists. We all have a role to play. And I just feel so darn lucky. Let me see if I can pull myself together to end things. Normally Alan does this. He's much more calm. 3 minutes. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome. Oh man. All right. So 3 minutes. So we're not done, right? Today is not done. We have an awesome opportunity, like Dr. Anna was saying, to go out and interact with our heroes again in person. Give them all your money, empty your pockets. I'm going to be, you all hopefully will too, support these folks, because what things that they do are the challenging things that need to be done, you know? And by helping to support our partners, you're helping to make good happen in the world. So normally I have Katie here to cue me on what the heck to do with this thing. I did that. And I'm over my 3 minutes, I think. That's right. Yeah, maybe exit. Exit slideshow. Okay, good. All right, we're flowing again. All right, so if you could take your phone out again, the URL or the QR code's not up there, but if you have that same thing still in your browser window, or you could also type in the ahaslides.com/OMG, OMMHG, that would be great. Okay, that's good. So, what is one new insight or perspective you gained about conservation from this summit? These questions, as well as the first one, are the way that we do evaluation of our work here. So your input is data and is very valuable and appreciated by us. So it can help inform our success. Yes, James?
I was going to suggest that Jane would all...
We'll do that in the end here, yes. That's what I was going to end on it, yes. If you could put in your ideas of what new insight or perspective you gained about conservation from this summit into the URL that's up at the top there, or if you have it already still queued on your phone, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Just a couple words, doesn't have to be in depth. Again, not a précis, this isn't a thesis or an oral exam. What is one new insight or perspective that you gained about conservation from this summit? When I asked that question earlier about our educators, how do you know that that the students are hearing what you're trying to teach, that the information that you're trying to share, how much do you know that they're actually getting? This is what we're asking of you. Right? What's new, one new insight or perspective you gained about this conservation from the summit, or maybe deepened, one you knew already that you've deepened your understanding of? Whatever it is that works for you. Okay, and then when you're done, if you could just submit it. Not that one. Oh, we may have to exit again. Goes forward. No, you have to hit, yeah. Don't worry about it. Go back, go back, go back. Yeah. Okay. Another minute or so. All right. All right. While folks are finishing up that one. Oops. Sorry, I have to leave it on there so you can submit. Hope I didn't mess anything up there. Folks are done watching thumbs fly. Or index fingers. It's interesting to see the ways that different people type. My aunt, who's written, I don't know, a dozen books, two-finger types, everything. I can't imagine how long it takes her. Okay. If you could submit what you got, then we will go forward to the next one. Okay, here we go. What is one concrete action, after you've submitted that, the next one should come up, or if you've already submitted, this one should be on your screen. What is one concrete action you're motivated to take as a result as of attending this summit? What's one concrete action? What are you going to go do? I'm going to go give all those people outside all my money. I'm going to eat vegetarian 1 meal more a week. I'm going to whatever it is. Right? What's one concrete action? I'm going to give all my life savings to the living desert. Jeff, that's for you, wherever you are. Our head of development. Some concrete action. I'm going to let this build before I show the results. All right. Coming in fast and hot. Okay. This is the last one. We can rest our thumbs or index fingers as needed after this. All right, what's one concrete action you're motivated to take as a result of attending this summit? I'll share with you some of the things that other people possibly. Maybe I won't. Okay. So while you're finishing that all up, we've heard from some really inspirational people today, really wonderful people. And several of them have mentioned who, for many of us, was the reason why we got into conservation, or what became the kind of focus of a lot of the work that we do, which is Jane Goodall, who sadly we lost last year, but after an amazing life of stunning contributions to all of our lives. You know, she worked with chimps at Gombe in western Rwanda, but she worked with everything, everywhere. And so let's take a minute, if you wouldn't mind, just to reflect. How has Jane Goodall affected you? And how great is she? Just take a minute. Thank you all. So, great day, great night last night. Reminder, tomorrow, after our tabling event, we have all of those events that are on the backs of our cards. Come and participate, see all the great things that are available here on grounds. You will hear many of the same stories that we've heard today, because those same stories are told out on our grounds in a lot of ways. You'll be able to see and interact with some of our heroes who will be around for all of the day tomorrow. It's going to be a great time. Thanks, everybody. We really are grateful for you. Thanks for coming out.